Hello, all. Just unmuting to let you know that we are setting things up on the tournament organization end. So it'll probably be... the tournament officially starts in about a minute as of me saying this, which is obviously 45 seconds later for you. We're just like figuring out the pairings, getting all the players set up so that they can stream through Discord. And yeah, we'll be talking to you soon. Hello, chat. Hello. Thank you all for joining us in this edition of Heatwave. I believe it is the 5th one. I am joined on the mic right now by Robin Nightmares, longtime member of the community. and fairly experienced PvP player, but we are not in the tournament today. We are simply going to be here yelling at you about it.
I may not have the energy to ball, but I am ready to yell about it.
We do love yelling about balling here. We are getting right into the first round of Swiss. There are going to be 4 rounds of Swiss, followed by a top 8 bracket. First up, we have Claire and the Circus Witches versus ArtemTotem and the Shining Stars. I am going to fade out the mainframe music. And bam! There you go. Okay, we have on the left side, Claire with a very heavy spirit team, plenty of rally going on here. ArtemTotem on the right, also with a rally team. This is going to be an exciting matchup.
There's been a lot of talk about rally and all sorts of strategies therein. Like, just the beasties on this team alone, I've seen a lot of chatter about. I'm excited to see how today plays out.
Indeed. So, without further ado, I think we're ready to get into it. So we'll give the players a go-ahead and see how this goes. As always.
Worth duly noting, we do have a bit of a stream delay in real time to avoid stream sniping and other such problems.
Yes. So you will be hearing this 45 seconds after we say it. If that was not clear. But yeah, we're good to go. Players are readying up.
Making sure Artem is also in the loop.
All right. All right, so both teams here.
Interesting.
Both teams here very rally focused. We see a Plumask and a Frufolks on both sides, which is super fun, and a Fetch'em. 3 out of 5 beasties shared. The other 2 not. But that said, 2 very different Fetch'em sets here. The one on Claire's side.
It seems that Claire is focusing on heavy offense, while Color was actually colorfully surprised. A heavily offensive Conjure. That is unusual.
Yeah, no. We see the Conjure definitely being an attacking BC on ArtemTotem's side. With the Fetch'em taking on a Watchtower role, allowing it to, of course, click Faith into things and start boosting their Spirit attack, which is going to be one way of boosting damage. On the other hand...
Right off the bat, they can threaten as much of a powered-up cut shot as they want, which is survivable in this case, but how far can they make it, especially once Rally is up?
Yeah, I mean, this Goliath is about to take, I think, like 67 damage or something.
And even if they go for the cook, that's just more damage lined up for later. That is a frightening strategy. Dreadful mist coming out.
Getting started right away.
Not even a Faith, my goodness. They do go for cook. Interesting. They made the right choice to move Goliath up.
Yeah, not attacking into the Frufolk, so it doesn't get any protector boosts. Smart play, but the Goliath is in the front row and is going to be able to click Rally into Comeback. And since they are tied right now, Comeback is going to be boosted to 90 power, and that is a lot of damage coming out. Even if this Conjure blocks,
onto the Byrd.
Even if this Conjure blocks, it will go down to dread damage afterward.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting to see what ArtemTotem does about this very strong hit coming their way.
They have a couple of options, and I'm. Ooh, I see. They decided to let Cookie go down, which is possibly the right decision. They clearly don't need too much of a power boost, but now they still have to take a nice comeback. Although now the comeback is powered.
Not boosted anymore, so it'll be a lot easier to take this hit here. And I'm going to turn up my stream volume because I realize that
I will note that I see that which both Plume Masks do have Stagecraft, so that could be a huge tank in either of these situations.
Yes, Stagecraft, of course, allowing you to take no more than 66 damage while Rally or Dread are on the field. Of course, both are on the field right now.
That might not seem like a big benefit, but when we're talking about Rally damage boosting to twice the damage you can take, that is a huge boon. We have Plum Mum taking the front. Oh, man.
Massive scream coming out here into the Surgus. 83 damage is a lot. And that Surgus, unfortunately, is not going to go down from the Dread damage here, which means it is going to be on 1. Which is a very rough situation to be in, because do you let the Surgus go down and take a point? My guess is Claire's probably going to Torch Pass out here in a turn or two. But with that said, if Artem has Provoke anywhere, that could cause issues, but it does not look like they do.
No, yeah. We've also got Torch Pass on both sides of the field right now. I'm very curious if they're going to do anything with that.
Oh, Toppler on the Surgus is a very fun bring. It's gonna help against this team that relies pretty heavily on Faith.
Down to the wire.
The Fruit Folks moves to the side. That is 2-0 to Claire very quickly.
Artem has sacrificed 2 points, and the amazing thing is that does not inherently cut them out. This does not mean the game is over. If they play well, and it looks like they have some very good spirit tanks just waiting in the wings.
Yep, but a Protector boost onto Plum Mum here. So that Fruit Folks is going to be doing a lot of damage, especially because this Plume Mask does have Faith. So we could see as much as a +3 scream coming out here. Oop. Got a little bit of stream left there, but we see a burnout.
Plume Mask is going for the burnout onto... and it looks like... Oh my goodness. Very good play on both sides. Either predicting the incoming attack or simply going into Fruit Folks for the sake of it. Now getting their own +2. And Stagecraft unfortunately will not save them here, but Watchtower is back online with Fetch'em in the back.
Yeah, I mean, worth noting though that the 1.2 times damage may mean that it goes down to... I don't think it'll go down to a straight hit here. Oh, we see the attack going into the Plume Mask slot. So if that's going to switch out to the Fetch'em, it will survive. If the Scream was going into the Fruit Folks slot, let's see the damage, and that's going to go down to Dread on the very last
by
turn.
Your Dread petard. Oh, the poor thing. Oh, we have we have other. Oh my goodness, where are my words? Stacking up to. I see. The stacking up. Sort of forcing a very interesting choice. They can either...
It's a bit too much damage onto the Plume Mask, though.
Taken far too much damage, but in theory, I can kind of see what they're going for. They're forcing them to guess. In the right situation, this would have been a very heavy mix-up, but I guess that's all they could really do.
I mean, the Skull Copy can come in here.
You're right. Oh, you're right. Skull Copy can come in and save.
But it looks like it's going to be.
Don't have the damage.
It's going to be pretty hard to save. And no. Watchtower is still there.
I see. They were predicting an attack into the empty lane, which Skull Copy would have been fantastic for. Get a good view of those new animations.
All right, so that is 1-0 to Claire. Let me update the scoreboard real quick. There we go. Swiss is, remarkable. Of course, 3 points, best 2 out of 3 games. In this format, we do have undo off and a standard time limit, just to keep the games nice and snappy.
There have been plenty of questions of why undo off is the way to go, and there's a number of reasons, frankly, but it's very exciting. It frankly makes sure the game continues going very quickly and does not have to wait on both. It will be able to continue as soon as you have chosen your option, and that might not seem like a big difference, but having done testing on the back end of this, I can assure you it is a lot. Are we ready for game 2?
We are ready for game 2. All right. So,
we do have a very heavy... We do, in fact, I believe there's nothing besides spirit attacks happening here. This is really showing the polarity of Rally.
yes. We do see Claire serving again, which is the same setup we had last game. So we'll see how ArtemTotem decides to adapt to it in game 2. We see the same lead here.
Approach?
Still the Conjar and the Fetch'em. Still a comeback into the Conjar.
I'm wondering if they'll bring out Skull Copy sooner this time, because that could have been a game changer if they'd come out earlier.
We will absolutely see.
Yeah, I'm very frightened of this Conjar. I've not seen an offensive Conjar being used often. They're instead pulling out a different Dreadful Mist user. Interesting. Will they be running Dreadful Mist again this time, or in preparation of Battle Cry? Because that is a genuinely good attachment of Dread. It's just a matter of guessing who does what.
Yeah, and I mean, a front row burnout is going to hurt here, especially if it goes into the Athaliath, which is switching to the front, but no, it is, in fact, the Fruit Bolts.
Going into the back
87
again,
damage, so that will drain immediately. But this Goliath is going to hit hard in response. With that said, between Stagecraft...
where you see the raw power of Stagecraft preventing any higher damage for the drama of it all.
Yes. So there will not be an immediate point here as someone is able to switch back in. We see the Fruit Folks come in on the back. It is also going to drain to that dread damage. So both Fruit Folks are down very quickly here.
We were looking at a case of maternal leave. Who is going to come instead? Going for the stack again. Very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the Skull Copy is available.
They do have Skull Copy available. That's true. Even though it was virtually impossible to not get a point if they targeted into Heliath, they still made a very careful move about it. That is very interesting to me. We're looking at a fetch that will not be activated if they fire into our friend the dog. Instead, they're firing into Surgus. As it comes in, burnout, severely lowering their power. Whistle won't be usable. They have pretty much the world as their oyster. I'm not entirely sure what they'll do. Are they going to predict a... Ooh, wait, careful shot. Oh, man, I wasn't even thinking about that. This is such a fascinating
Surgus set. Like, Surgus is typically known as, like, the strongest rally attacker. It has the highest spirit power stat.
User, the front lane fire attacker.
Yeah, I mean, it has the strongest spirit power stat in the game, but here we see a toppler careful shot set, and it looks like it might get a point here, but we do see the Skull Copy come in and take the hit.
That's what Skull Copy is born for. We're looking at a very, very powerful cut shot from Skull Copy in the front. The question is, are we going to...
We do see a Faith into the cut shot while there's a torch pass going, so pretty much right away, we see ArtemTotem going up 2-0 instead of Claire last game.
Really shows how versatile the game can be. Just you make a slightly different choice and the outcome changes massively. Now we have both Plumask on the field. It's Raw Fury. Very interesting choice. You don't see that very often. Raw Fury is very good for avoiding redirection, and after a number of changes, it is less of a nightmare for many than it has been considered. Are we going to see Conjar come out, or are we going to see Fetch'em come back in to take a hit? I don't know if they can manage it. Oh, and Heliath. It looks like Heliath is back online. Frightening.
Yep. Plumask with a bunch of deboosts now, not doing much damage at all with its burnouts. But
it does have Faith, and our little Nightjar does have Cook, which I'm not saying you have to let him cook. Ooh, interesting. They're still going for the very low burnout. I'm not sure what their game plan is here.
I mean, it's still raw damage, and...
Oh, certainly.
It's a correct prediction in this case, because the block went into the Conjar. With that said, Artem's team very low on health right now, and that Fruit Folks is still going to take another couple turns. So if Claire gets to dealing a whole bunch of damage real quick...
Yeah, like, Rally is right on the table.
Yep.
And we have Faith, Rally, Raw Fury. My goodness. I am quite uncertain how Claire is getting out of this, but they're certainly not going down without a fight. Dread is very... For as much as damage it's doing to their own team, Dread is getting quite a bit of benefit out of denying Jazz, which was obviously very valuable to both Fruit Folks and Fetch'em on this team.
All right, we see...
Speaking of which, Fetch'em is now coming on an ArtemTotem's side. Yep. Who are they going to bring in on their side now that they have the protection? Oh, but Raw Fury cannot protect whoever's coming in.
Yep.
Raw Fury will ignore Watchtower. That is very interesting.
Yep, so it's going to be a lot of damage here into whatever is not the Fetch'em. Skullcopy will survive, but that Fruit Folks is not going to be back up for the next turn.
No, it will not. No, it will not, and Skullcopy will be off next turn, so it's a matter of getting a point with Cut Shot.
With that said, we see a Cut Shot, and that's the game!
My goodness. You can really see the ups and downs of this, and for a moment I hadn't realized that would be the game-winning shot, but you were right. But you're absolutely right.
This game is so much focused on reading what your opponent will do and reacting to that. So often there's something that's considerably a best play, and then sometimes your opponent will predict that, and so you go for the second best play instead. But then there's the layer of, well, if they predict the second best play, I could just go for the best play after all.
Because obviously you know the wine in front of me is poisoned.
Yes, exactly. So we see them setting up for game 3. Claire taking counter serve here. ArtemTotem to serve, likely leading with that Cook Conjure to lower spirit defenses immediately.
Which is honestly frightening.
Yes.
We haven't seen Conjure completely pop off, but it's been enough of a consistent threat that it's still completely worth considering. This does mean, however, there will be no... This does mean that there will be no Dreadful Mist to save them from Battle Cry and Fetch'em. So at the very least, to start with, we're going to see some big damage coming out of the dog.
Yep. Thrash going to do a whole lot of damage here. Yep. Scream also going to do a lot of damage.
Oh my goodness. I was going to comment on Thrash and Faith, but it looks like a Faith into Protector boosted Scream front lane is the way to go.
And it does exactly 100 to that Conjure if it doesn't switch out. Oh, the Hawkeye, though!
We do have Hawkeye, which does hit the dog,
fun.
Which is very frightening. This does leave a noisy dog on the field. So even if they Dreadful Mist, that they'll still have to switch out, and they'll still have to risk their owl. Not their owl, pardon me.
I think what's going to happen here, though, is we're going to see the Skullcopy switch in again after that cut shot off the Conjure, and it'll be in the back row and stealthy.
Oh, but we do have...
But that Scream, if that Scream gets another Faith boost, it'll knock out the Conjure here in the front row.
No matter what you do.
And yeah, this looks like I don't see a way out of this for Claire, unfortunately.
No, I don't think there is. It's only a matter of who do you bring in now and who do you bring in on the serve. It is entirely possible that they do leave the dog. They do leave the dog in on the off chance. Interesting choice.
The block makes sense if the Fetch'em attacked. Then the Fruit Folks would be blocked unserved. And Artem correctly realizing that it would probably not actually be a good idea to take out the Fetch'em there, because that would mean there would be 2 beasties with low HP on their side rather than just 1.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That's true. As you said, Skullcopy coming in. No more noisy for you. So now that they have to dread up this, I wouldn't say they have the advantage, but they've certainly got more of an advantage now. I'm very fascinated by the sort of dichotomy of rally and dread together here. Ooh, something is going to have to change because because this Fruit Folks does not have Torch Pass, and it is going to be wiped by Dread this turn.
With that said, we see it clicking Battle Cry, which is fascinating.
Despite the fact that I wonder if they decided to simply write this turn off. But that is a very difficult choice to make when Cook is in the equation, because now they're going to take more damage from whatever they have.
Free ball coming out into the
free ball sadly isn't doing much. And it looks like they're going to have to leave the front lane open for either of these competitors to take a free point next turn. Very interesting. They could switch into Plumask if they're predicting a straight lane attack, but it's entirely possible. Interesting. Are they going for the Surgus instead? That's very interesting.
Surgus does have Torch Pass.
That's true.
Which is worth noting.
It is true, and I will note that we are looking at an Avenger Heliath, which means that they will do a big bonk if they get the opportunity, but will they get the opportunity before the damage catches up with them?
Yeah, we see the cut shot here, as expected. That is a second point for ArtemTotem, putting Claire on the ropes here in round 1 of this Swiss bracket. So we'll see the Cook serve now, and this Surgus, which traditionally has very good spirit defense, is not going to have much left, especially if it doesn't manage to get rally set up.
Gunumi is pointing out Claire does have a very interesting rally team because this is a very gesturing with my mouse. This is a very common sort of rally archetype type of team, but they're playing it very differently from most others with this species. This is, like you said, Surgus is an interesting set, Fruitfolks is an interesting set, Fetch'em, I think this is the first time I'm seeing Thrash used in a tournament context. Am I remembering something wrong?
Yeah, I mean, it's been all over, the Big Moon Bashes recently.
Right.
Since it's been added, I think, a couple updates ago.
The other Fetch'em is back online as well. They could absolutely protect their animal here.
But yeah, I mean, Fetch'em, definitely not one that's seen that much tournament play yet, but we get to see 2 of them right here, so that's a real treat. This burnout from that Plumask is gonna hurt if it moves to the front row and gets a boost from Faith.
And alternatively, they could set up Dreadful Mist again if they want so desire. They do indeed set up Dreadful Mist and Faith again. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so I mean, this is a +2 burnout, and that's, I mean, it's 110 base power off of a very strong spirit attacker in Plumask. That said, Dread is up, so this Plumask only takes 66.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that will not save Moti this turn, considering they're at 67. In Dread, that will be a problem. Looks like they're considering Fetch'em to take the offense. Very interesting. I guess it makes sense when you can't really overkill the damage in this case.
Fetch'em Fetch'em has a lot more health than Plumask, so it's a better idea to have it in the front row, so you can offer the mix-up of moving Fetch'em to the side on defense here if you need to.
Yeah, Claire's playing so close to the sun, they really have to watch out.
We see the Plumask move to the side. That's probably going to be the game here. Now that Fruitfolks has a boost.
I'm not seeing any ways out of this. I don't think it is mathematically possible, even if they fire into Fetch'em. And it's taking them back. Gosh. Yeah, absolutely well played.
We see a Scream.
Ooh, and the wrong
Didn't
block.
predict correctly, and that's the game.
The poor puppy. The puppy has fallen, and oh gosh, yeah. Gumi also pointed out we haven't had a defiant Surgus here. One of the few times I think that could have been absolutely powerful against a Cook, but it ended up never mattering. That is excellent play from ArtemTotem and Claire today. Congratulations, winner Artem.
Yeah. So with that, that concludes our casting of the round 1 Swiss. We will be back. That was a very fast match, so we may see if we can get another one up in a bit. But other than that, we will see you in round 2. Feel free to take a break, go use the bathroom, get something to eat if you need a snack, and we'll see you soon.
Drink some water, okay?
Drink some water. I need to do that as well. See you in a bit, chat. Hello and welcome back to Heatwave. I'm Hallow, joined by Robin Nightmares, bringing you round 2 of Swiss, where we will be watching Coolbz facing off against Mabel. We see from Coolbz's side a very wide range, just offensive team with a Trapper Illigus and Crowing Garud, always fun. Couple of Spirit Attackers in the Hopra and Grisada, and of course a Riplash to
the Sharp,
as always, to round out the team. On Mabel's side, we're going to see some more Rally. This one's a bit more redirection focused. We see the Protector Purpulx, as is a staple, along with a Fetch'em. This one running Spitball, which is very fun. Faith and Shield, as per usual. Raw Provoke and Rally on a Clamor Noizard. The classic contest cut shot performer Surgus, and a Hopper with Super Commit and Tornado Ball. So lots of damage coming off of Mabel's side. Coolbz, of course, no stranger to having damage on their team either. So without further ado, we are ready to get into it.
I'm very interested in seeing how this plays out. We have very strong rally offense with a single Spitball, which is very funny.
With a single Spitball. But I mean, hey, it's Spitball. Fantastic move.
Just a droplet.
But with the very redirection-focused Rally, I'm going to be interested to see how it faces up into this very trap-heavy team from Coolbz's side. Mabel won't have any way to get those off the field.
The Shark is not to be discounted either. This is going to be a frightening matchup.
Yes. Shark, notorious for having a good attacking stat and being able to, launch into thump your entire team, stay in the front row and block you, click Cyclone at things, etc., etc. Looks like we see, as expected, the Shark and Illigus leading. Illigus likely to click Heat Up on the counter serve here. On the other side, we see the Noizard and the Surgus. Very fun. We see a Raw Fury serve and then going to be able to move Surgus to the front and immediately get a contest cut shot off on the post-serve offensive turn.
Mm-hmm. It is interesting considering we have a Clamor Noizard instead of an annoying Noizard, which could have been a very fun combination to sort of guarantee somebody gets mad. They are Shark is going to Cyclone to get that guy out of there.
Get the Noizard out so that it's harder to set up Rally. That makes sense. I mean, the Surgus is...
That does make sense.
This Surgus is now going to take a lot of damage from a body move off of that Riplash if it stays in.
We do have the Watchtower... We do have the Watchtower Fetch'em, but as you say, that will deny them the Rally if they switch in.
Surgus does have Rally, but it will need to move to the front, so it won't actually be able to attack. Mm-hmm. Yeah, good point.
They would have
I also don't have any audio. Let me just turn that
off. They switched the Noizard back in order to get the Protector. That's nasty. It looks like we will be getting Rally up this turn. The question is, how much are they going to do, and will Cyclone be stopping the Frou Folks' boosts, or will they simply tank it and fire back?
Looks like a block coming out, so there will be an easy receive. Oh, the Provoke instead of the Rally. Very fun.
No Rally, instead of Provoke, and that honestly might be the smarter decision, because now we have a very vulnerable Shark. Pretty much anything will knock him over. And
yeah, fantastic read from Mabel.
Mm-hmm, but we also have the front lane is vulnerable. It's a question of will Illigus go for the front? Will Illigus go for the front lane, or will the Shark just go for the big bonk? Shark will go for the big bonk. What are they doing in response? They have plenty of choices at this early in the game. Shark has not had time to completely demolish the team.
We see the Noizard move to the front and just fall over.
Banked on the slice, did not get it right.
I think that's a fantastic play from Mabel. I'll say it. I think that's going to help the Noizard be able to come back later and take another big hit from something that isn't the Shark, and thus maybe be able to take 2 big hits, because its body defense is, of course, its lowest stat by far.
Shark is looking pretty down. They don't really have much redirection on the other side, so they will not be able to protect it for long. And even if they let it go down, that's still a point and some decent momentum on Mabel's side.
we see the Circus come in, but the attack does go into the Fruit Folks, so it's not going to be able to click Rally this turn if it wants to attack. Or
but
if
it
Mabel
will
attacks at all.
get a decent front lane hit. It's just deciding who are they going to put in first. Are they sacrificing? Are they
Looks like a
sacrificing? Are we
sacrifice.
sacrificing the shark? They are sacrificing the shark.
Trading
Honestly,
points early.
reasonable choice. Now they have to decide who's going to eat Big Raw Fury or Scream from the bat. Not an easy decision, honestly. We could see Grisada making a difference here. Has had very little play, but honestly does have a lot of use of its moves in its toolkit. Instead, we get the super commit Tornado Ball. Oh my goodness, this is a very powerful frog. Even with the pretty much raw spirit defense on Mabel's side, this is a considerable opponent, and we still have Slice to deal with. So if they did want to, they can set up Drum. They can set up another front lane attack. It's just a matter of who is getting it right and who is taking a big hit. Ooh.
So we do see the Drum set up. That's going to be a little bit of healing onto that Illigus, which could come into play later.
Not go to the front lane.
The difference between 71 and 65 can be pretty significant sometimes. That said, the Illigus does look like it's going to come out here because, of course, that Fruit Folks did just get a Protector boost, and a Faith coming out from the Spectrum means it's going to be firing off a very powerful Scream in a moment here.
Mm-hmm. And it could even go to the front lane if it really wanted to.
Oh, we just see a heat up clicked into the Fruit Folks. This Illigus is going to go down here.
Hit.
So
it is interesting choice, but they have gotten. Okay, so Norzard is back online, but they have gotten sweaty on Fruit Folks, which means you're on a timer. It doesn't look like we have Chant on anyone here.
I do think the Fruit Folks is the biggest threat on Mabel's team to Coolbz at this particular moment in time, just because of
I think you're right.
how well Coolbz has been preventing the rally from going up.
Not just that, but also the redirection and protector combination is very considerable. Oh, interesting. We do have Chant on BZ's side. That is
on the Grisada.
Honestly, not a bad idea. They could. Ooh, Provoke. Interesting.
I don't think Chant is going to be all that important this game. If anything, it could get Sweat off of that, off of the Riplash. But, I mean, considering we've only had just a couple normal wipes here, no drains so far, it's not really going to be the most impactful move.
Yeah, and frankly, I'm not sure it's going to. The match will last long enough for it to matter. It looks.
Yeah.
We're going all in on the offensive.
With that said, we do see the Provoke into the Fetch'em, preventing the Faith here, so the Fruit Folks can't fire off as powerful an attack, and the Scream did go into Hop Row, which means this Grisada can just walk forward on defense here and start dishing out some front row hits. That Scary Face also going to make it real hard for Mabel to keep up front row positioning here.
Yeah, Mabel, and again, Fruit Folks is on a timer, so no matter what, it will have to leave the field by the end of this turn.
We see a Provoke into the Fruit Folks.
The Provoke, interesting. Last match we didn't see much. We only saw Provoke maybe once, but now we're seeing it from both sides in considerable force.
This Fetch'em, though, is not going to go down to this Scream, even with Watchtower redirection, but we instead see the Noizard, so we're going to see it probably just volley and click rally here, and this Scream is going to do an absurd amount of damage.
This Scream is going to break some eardrums. This is I think BZ might have taken too many early game sacrifices in order to survive this. It's entirely guessing who is going to go where. Ooh!
Makes a prediction and unfortunately, loses the 50-50. So that is game 1 to Mabel. So we'll have to see how Coolbz adapts to this. Of course, Coolbz did have serve in game 1. Mabel now likely to serve. Or no, wait, no, Coolbz was on counter serve. So still having counter serve here. We'll have to see how they adapt to this very powerful Watchtower Protector combination.
Yeah, I see they're questioning some alternative. We have not seen Garud hit the field at all, which makes sense. This is a very spirit heavy matchup. This is very bad at Garud's side of the field.
Garud, even with full spirit defense investment, still only hits about 70 in that stat, which is not enough to live rally hits even in the back row.
Not enough when rally is in the equation. But let's see if they can make anything happen this time. We got it looks like the same setup to begin with, but we have with the raw fury clamor noiser. Are they going to cyclone out again, or are they going to focus on tearing down? Because one benefit of a very strong attacker like Riplash is that you can generally expect it to deal enough damage with the right setup that you don't care who's taking the hit. They're taking the hit, and they have to deal with it. But it looks like when you're talking against ramping rally redirection offense, that's not enough, you know?
Going for the front row slice here.
Going for the slice. Unfortunately, that will not give them the freedom to get a free point or even damage surges with Noisy. But now that means we don't have Noisy on the field right now.
This Illigus, if it walked forward, could take a cut shot with, I think, like 1 or 2 health remaining. But we are just going to see Cyclone into the Surgus, getting it off the field, so it'll have to come back in and take some trap damage later. But that said, that is a point lost, and the Frufolks is on the field.
Yeah. That being said, this is a good opportunity for them to bring in Fetch'em as well, but it entirely depends on what their game plan is.
And hey, we see another heat up, this one going into the Frufolks, so slowly chipping away.
You could switch into Fetch'em if you're trying to get the Protector boost, but that leaves you open to Slice.
Yeah. And lots of passive damage coming out onto the attackers on Mabel's side, so...
Looks like they are going for the Slice. Will Mabel see that coming? I am really not
Survey
sure.
says no.
Oh, Mabel.
With that said, we are going to see
banking on the Shark.
The Fetch'em come in here, and I mean, there's going to be a massive scream coming off again after walking forward and everything
that being said,
else.
We're not dealing with sideways, and they will be able to cyclone Frufolks out, which will potentially save the Shark.
That is true. It will reduce this +4 scream to a +1, which is a very significant difference.
For sure, my goodness. Yeah, but exactly as we expected. Now we have another noisy Noizard.
Yeah, and I mean, we have a body weak beastie in the front row here who's noisy. Won't actually...
They will actually be able to survive.
It'll survive if it blocks or moves to the back. But with that said, that's 2 supports on Mabel's side of the field, which is going to be a rough situation, especially because it's going to be hard to validate switching anything in here when it's going to take, 60 damage from a Shark clicking launch.
Yeah, the Shark is not in a good position, but neither is Mabel's team. There's a full wall of traps, and there's not a lot of damage on the field right now. All of their attackers are in the back, and so they have to take the trap damage.
We're seeing the Garud tagging in.
The Garud finally gets to come out. Finally gets a break in the rally.
With a couple beasties on very low health here and crowing available, if it gets hit, it's basically gonna... unless it takes a spitball. But with Nettle around, it doesn't take the spitball, so it's gonna get a drain here and probably click spitball into the other thing. And Coolbz in what looks like a very commanding position at this point. Nettling the Noizard, taking it down for 8 turns, potentially also knocking down the Fetch'em.
Even in rally, they could take out this poor dog. Ooh,
we do see the Surgus tag in, though. Fantastic play from Mabel.
Yeah, very frightening situation.
Once Faith comes down,
they got their moment.
Even that Hopra might potentially go down. I'm working on the math on it. It's currently at +2 from the rally boost and the front row. We see contest into the Garude, and it does go down. Highest defense stat, not high enough to take that 110
I honestly
base
wonder
power
if
attack.
switching into the Shark would have been the right play there, because that would let them bring them back later.
With that said, though, Mabel's team looking
very fragile.
Pretty weak in the back. The Fruit Bulks, not on full health, not on super low health, but not very high. And that Garude is going to come back fairly soon. The Grisada's still in the back, and that has pretty good spirit defense itself. Looks like it's fully invested.
I mean, just a front lane slice is going to take out either of these beasties. So this is
that's a guaranteed point, which is potentially worth taking. But it looks like Coolbz is going for damage here instead, trying to click a super commit. With that said, if the Fetch'em doesn't switch out, it's going down. We see the Circus take that.
There we
hit,
go.
though.
We have an even 2-2. Can we make? Are we going to see Mabel make this a 2-0, or are we going to see Coolbz turn this to game 3?
The Fur Folk's going to take a whole lot of trap damage here. It still survives the super commit.
Which is frightening, but not as frightening as it could be. BZ is in a very good position.
With that said,
here.
I don't see Mabel's out here on the defensive turn because there's no rally on the field anymore. This Hopper
really
isn't going to deal enough damage.
Of heat up after all this time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic move. It's an investment for the future, and it definitely paid off this game.
The stock market is going up. Yeah, it's interesting. We have Tornado Ball and Super Commit on both Hopper on this side. It's just a different move. Bringing in the Shark. I'm not sure that was on purpose, but that is a fascinating happening. Oh goodness, Glinda is out from that. I think this is game.
I mean, if Mabel manages to stall for another turn, that Circus will be back up. But I'm not sure how possible that is, especially because it will be a free ball return, even if Mabel guesses correctly here.
Yeah, even if they fired into Hopper here, that would still put them in a very precarious position, and Hopper would not be able to. Yeah, no.
So that's 1-1.
We're going to game 3. That is very fun. I am very interested in seeing how things differ this turn.
So it is 1-1. We'll see one last game between these two. Similarly fast-paced to last round of Swiss, for sure. With just two...
Yeah, Rally really is the name of the game today.
Two very offensive teams duking it out. Coolbz back on serve for the first time.
I'm glad we get to see a little highlight of Garude in this very stacked matchup against it.
Yep. Coolbz being on serve will be significant because it'll mean that Riplash can get to the front row and start blocking immediately. And we'll get to see what Mabel has planned for counterserve.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen Mabel's game start counterserve thus far.
Yeah, worth noting, they have 3 shield users on this team and no other defensive moves. So we're just going to see the Circus, I think, just walk forward here, which is interesting because it does mean that we'll get a rally stack and an attack off immediately. But that Noizard does get chunked.
Noizard do indeed get chunked, and thankfully it's better into pretty much all of their other attackers. It's just the Shark they have to be really afraid of.
Yep. And the Shark is what's serving here. So we'll see the rally here and probably a contest or a cut shot, most likely a contest into that Riplash, which is pretty sure to stay in the front row here. And we will see the block coming out from Coolbz's side. Let's see where the contest goes.
Yeah, I'm surprised I didn't go for an immediate heat up as well, considering the value.
We see the provoke into Shark. Fascinating.
Another opportunity for rally and lost.
That does do
go in favor of provoke.
That does do slightly more damage than a blocked rally hit would, I think.
I think you're right. Very interesting how this now leaves them. If they fire into Surgus now, they'll get a knockout, or they will be blocked or tagged out. At which point they will get a double rally.
Yup. And I mean, Surgus blocking here is pretty free, because with the block, you'll notice it wasn't actually going to do enough damage to either the Surgus or the Noizard. So yeah, Rally can be clicked twice here, and that's going to put Mabel in a very good position for being able to do a lot of damage here.
And the alternative is that they provoke llllllll as well, preventing the heat up. Will they go for the double rally, or will they assume that it's not gonna matter that long?
We see double rally.
Double rally. That means heat up is going through.
Contest into
Shark goes down.
With that said, Mabel's field not looking all that healthy, but the Fetch'em is in the back. But again, we have a sideways move on the llllllll, and that one's not leaving the field because the Shark does have to tag out here. So it'll be a bit of a question here, and we're seeing a lot of mind games this match, which I always love to see. That's one of the things this game does best.
llllll is taking a slight tap.
Yeah, so
the Rumpus and Drum are a fun combination for this.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're deceptively very good at keeping whatever beastie is next to the Rumpus beastie healthy. It feels like such a small amount when they're only ticking up 6, but I mean, if you have 2 of them, that's 12, and then when it ticks up on the next turn, that makes 24, and suddenly the llllll goes from being, you know, a third down to nearly at full. We see the Hopper move to the front here, taking advantage of that rally and launching a super commit into the Surgus as Frufolks tags in. So we almost certainly see the Fetch'em come in here.
Ooh. Fetch'em coming in, getting that
Tornado Ball.
Getting the boost.
Tornado Ball, a really fascinating play here. It forces the Noizard in to take more sweat damage here. The Frufolks is going to be able to launch a massive scream here, but it's not going to knock out the llllll.
Not going to get the knockout, no. We've already got Rally up, so this is as strong as it's going to get this turn.
Yep. And I mean, if the attack goes into llllll here,
the front lane.
If the attack goes into llllll here, then Hopper is going to be able to walk forward again.
Which is a very frightening position for Mabel to be in. That is a sitting duck of a lizard in the back.
We do see the attack go into the Hopra. It takes a massive amount of damage. Worth noting, it is not High Spirits, so its damage won't be boosted here. It is Rumpus. So it's actually, with block, I don't think it's able to take a KO on either of these beasties. It'll do about 32 to the Noizard with that super commit, and again, won't do enough to the Frufolks.
I'm wondering if Lay Trap and Slice is the play here.
Potentially. Or we see a Tornado Ball. Is it going into the Frufolks?
I would honestly suggest the Frufolks at this case, but I'm not sure what Mabel is doing next.
We do see the block, so it will be an easy receive for the Hop Wreck coming in here, which is actually very scary, because now we do see a front row super commit available. And Mabel's going to be able to get more rally up and a provoke off. And this Hopra is at nearly full health.
Yeah, this Hopra is quite frightening. Oh, they're going for the provoke as well. That is.
Yep, provoking the heat up that was coming out. So this Noizard.
I thought earlier, but no, they're going for it. Honestly, it probably works better now because heat up has already done its damage to this Noizard. So it's going to have it switch out soon. Now the question is, are we going to get Tornado Ball, or are we going to get another super commit?
I would not be too surprised if we see the Garud in here. Looks like Coolbz's thinking about it, because after that Noizard takes the Sweat Ticks, it'll be at 15, which means the Nettle will knock it out. We see the Tornado Ball into
right
the Illigus, meaning no more traps on the field at the moment, unless the Garud decides to click.
Yeah, we could see a late trap spitball, but we also could see just raw offense from our friend of the shark.
Yep. Nettle into Noizard doesn't look like what Coolbz is thinking about right here, which makes sense, because since the Garud's on full, you don't really need to drain a Beastie when you could just force it to switch out. Noizard is now, with the amount of traps on the field, out of the game. It's not going to be able to survive another hit.
Might be. They're also preventing Surges from doing basically anything this turn.
Yep.
All they can do is
volley. It can't move to the front, so it's just... Surges can't even click Rally, so it's just a hopper in the front clicking a powerful move here. I'm guessing it's a Tornado Ball, probably. It may also be a super commit, but I mean, that Surges is looking a bit worse for wear.
It's not... Hopper will be able to tank whatever comes their way, no doubt. It's just a matter of what are you going to do in the meantime.
I don't think Surges will is the issue, because there's a shark on the field. Oh, we see a Cyclone forcing in the Noizard to get drained by traps. With that said, Rally on the field means the Surges can take these hits. Can it take them from the front row, though?
It looks like the shark is going for it.
Yep. So Coolbz in a commanding position, despite the fact that they are down a point.
Yeah, this is anyone's game.
We see the attack into the Surgus,
and that heals up this animal.
But that said, we have a Watchtower on the field here. The Fetch'em is going to take whatever attack is here, and that means the Fruit Folks can tag in.
It's the second hopper with the steel chair.
Or the Fruit Bat. I expect it'll probably be more likely the Fruit Bat here.
Yes.
Yep. Gonna be able to walk up here. Won't get a Faith boost, but does get a Protector boost and has a Rally boost. So that's going to be a whole lot of damage. Yeah, and
good old-fashioned 50-50.
Yup. The Garud...
Unless they force the switch.
The Garud might survive after Cyclone.
I think it just might, which is crazy to say.
Yup. There we go.
Oh, nice.
And it's going to be able to nettle the Fetch'em.
Oh,
I think this is the game.
At the very least, this is going to be a very difficult position. We are seeing Garud shine.
Yup, and Thumper Launch both are enough to knock out that Fruit Folks in the back. Garud has been in a bit of a renaissance era in the metagame with how much people have come around to using crowing. And I think this shows why.
We're looking at crowing here, but I think honestly the change to Mischief, allowing them to do things while holding the ball, also has brought them back into the limelight. They have so many options. That was a crazy matchup between Mabel and Coolbz. Congratulations to Coolbz.
Yes. That being round 2 of Swiss. Coolbz moving up to 2-0, Mabel down to 1-1, if I'm correct. We've had a lot of exciting matches so far. Robin, I believe you're going to be signing off and trading places with Nero in a bit after this game.
That is fine by me.
If people want to follow you, just let them know where they can do that. Or, just say...
Not only with presence on social media, I'm part of the moderation team in the Wishes community. Come over to the Wishes Unlimited Discord and we'll have a good time.
And you can join in on any of these tournaments.
That's right. That's how you get in.
They are free to enter to anyone who wants to, as long as you're, around. And you can join in the Heatwave action. We also have some smaller tournaments. We have, I believe, bi-weekly heat-ups. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think they're maybe monthly now that I think about it. Bi-weekly doesn't sound like it's correct at the moment. But smaller tournaments and heat-ups. Heat waves are, of course, the slightly bigger tournaments. There are also Ball and Brawls, which are sillier rule sets or side events, which also happen, I believe, monthly. So hop into the Wishes Unlimited Discord and stay posted with this game, which we all love so dearly. With that said, that concludes our coverage of round 2 of Swiss. We'll be back in probably around 10 minutes for round 3. Stay tuned. All right, everyone. Welcome back. It is round 3 of Swiss Heatwave, and Robin is still here. I lied to you all. I am so sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Nero is caught up in a dread category 5 dread incident.
Yes,
AKA.
this round, aka maybe a nap, we're not sure. But that said, this round, we have a very fun matchup between Byrd and Termax here. Still seeing yet another Spirit team with Rally from Byrd's side. We are not escaping the clutches of Big Rally this stream. With that said, a very different Rally team to the ones we've seen so far. This one focused around Squimmage, a Grit, Dig'em. There's a lot to unpack with this team, as there always is with Byrd's teams.
Just at a glance, I'm seeing sweaty vibes. I'm seeing agony vibes.
We have sweat from both sides. We have a Sauna Scaldra on Termax's team, which is gonna really discourage Byrd's clicking Heatwave.
Yeah, we're also getting a look at Mimic Squimmage, which is a very funny creature that I'm excited and frightened to see.
I mean, next to this Dig'em or the Dugout, it's able to click Grit after clicking Exert, so if Byrd's serving, we'll be seeing that. With that said, though, the Sauna Scaldra are going to mean that any sweaty beasties on Byrd's side are going to be taking a lot more damage. Annoying Noise Art as well is something that's super fun to see represented. An Adaptation Gremler. Sauna unfortunately doesn't stack, but like if it did, holy heck. Anyway.
That would have been frightening.
Yep, we are just about good to go on round 3 here. So we're going to give the players the go-ahead. And we'll see how this plays out.
Send out the alarm.
Such a fascinating matchup we have here.
Yeah, like just a raw percentage of Spirit we have seen today, and we're finally seeing more variety than we have already. I'm very curious to see how this compares to other teams in the tournament. I have alerted the other player. Let's see how they're going. Pardon, the garbage guardians are slightly occupied. They will be here shortly. There we go.
There we go.
Here they come.
Byrd does get served.
I'm very interested.
With that said, we're definitely seeing a Heatwave counterserve here from Termax, it looks like.
I would not be surprised. We have a dingy dust-up brewing. This is going to be a sweaty, dirty mess.
We see the moist Gremler with Adaptation. That's a very fun start from Termax's side. These two beasties enjoy having Heatwave clicked.
From Heatwave. That is going to be very nasty.
With that said, Byrd wants both of these beasties sweaty. With that said, Exert does mean that this Squimmage is immediately taking a whole lot of damage from sweat.
This isn't even Sauna on the field yet. Oh, but we are seeing this is a mimicry squimmage, so they're going to be on full health too. Oh no!
Oh, the squimmage is also moist. Oh my gosh, that makes this matchup so fascinating.
I believe it is acceptable to define this as wet and wild.
You certainly could, Robin. Not the wording I would have chosen, but for sure. We see the squimmage run onto the front row. It's gonna click rally into grit here and do a whole lot of damage.
Oh, that is a frightening. That is a frightening comeback. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so we
and
see.
You're right. We're seeing the mimic grit.
Mimic, of course, giving that 1.2 times power boost. So a grit that is already 120 base power is now going to be doing, I have, I think, 144 base, plus the front row boost,
quite the
plus the
matchup.
rally
I think
boost.
Termax is struggling to figure out a game plan here, and who could blame you? Oh my god.
That is a very dead
Gremlar
Gremlar.
is no slouch in the spirit defense department.
Yeah, I mean, this one is not fully
goodness.
invested. It has mostly body and mind defense investment, but
even their raw spirit defense is, god, it's better than a full invest Garud, and that's still brutal. Now, the game is far from over, but I am not sure what they're going to do against this squimmage if they run out of time.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna keep sending off massive grits here. Friendship, of course, from the
Even if you force
Dig'em.
out, they still have plenty of options.
We see the Mudsley come right back in, so we do have two very good spirit defenders on Termax's side of the field.
And this is the most moist gym I've ever seen. This is absolutely soggy. I know these are upsetting things to say about a sports match, but what do you want me to say?
There really isn't much else to say. That is the wettest squid I have ever seen outside of aquariums.
Oh my god! If we get mimic cut shot on this is absurd. This is the funniest squimmage I've ever seen in the perfect matchup to show its power.
The fact that it started with moist. We see a block. I almost wish that was a heat up into the squimmage just so we could see how many stacks we get.
Hello, Nero. You are just in time to see the soggiest field known to man or beast.
Oh,
yes, welcome, commentator Nero.
Oh no! They're all tired. They're exhausted. What are we doing?
We are seeing a mimic squimmage with exert and empowered by grit, but they've also copied moist from the opposing team, meaning they are exceedingly powerful. This is the bulkiest squimmage I think I've ever seen.
Sopping wet.
And we can see some feints here from the skull copy.
I would think something would be wrong. This is a very volatile game, it looks like, from the board.
No, yeah.
Oh, Scaldra goes down, that's new.
Scaldra goes down to a spirit attack, that's new.
That's even
more new.
When you're at -2 defense because you're in the front row and takes 2 feints, there's not much most beasties will survive, and Scaldra is no exception there. With that said, the Gremlar's back in, and we have...
Oh my goodness.
3 out of 4 beasties on the field have moist as their trait. And I think that's something we need to acknowledge.
This is
scary.
A sopping wet field. Desperately trying to nettle their way out of this problem.
Yeah. This is a
Slice could actually get them a much needed point here.
We're noting it does not knock out the skull copy.
At the bare minimum,
it doesn't
Red is taking out skull copy.
I'm sorry, hold on. A bit of off the out of game commentary. What does the turn order look like for real life? Here.
I was ready for you to take over for round 4, but if we're happy here, we're happy
I mean,
here.
you're here, Nero.
there's three of us
Let's
right
hang
now.
out.
Yeah,
let's hang out.
Let's play some Beastieball. There's Rally on the field,
Yeah.
and Gremler's here hating every second of it. Nothing is new. The only
I
problem
don't know, the
is that
Gremler's
Metal
kind
is
of
coming
thriving
out
at the moment.
alive and thriving. You said.
I do not think I have ever seen a Beastie hit 12 sweaty before.
It's definitely. It's not the greatest situation to listen out.
Oh, does this dugout have chance? This dugout has chance, so that Skull Copy is gonna be able to click an attack this turn.
Am I seeing it? This is insanity. I've never seen Chant be useful, by the way, since Chant got nerfed.
Oh, Chant has plenty of power, but this is so far this is the coolest use of it today.
Today.
Seeing
Notably
yeah,
today. This is a fairly common way to use it because so often the strategy when there's a drained beastie on the field is to hit into the beastie that isn't drained. Tagging in a chant user does mean you can sneak an attack off with a beastie that's still on very low stamina.
Yeah, it does also look like, I don't know the name of the
You're
player,
at
but it
risk
looks
for
like,
Nettle here.
It looks like player your team did not see the chant coming either, at least wasn't expecting it.
Yeah, we're looking at Byrd versus Termax.
Oh, goodbye,
Termax is on the right.
Goodbye, Skull Copy.
Skull Copy is taking a nap.
Yet again, that was fun while it lasted. We're probably gonna see a switch into Skull Draw. Dig'em could be interesting here.
It's just a question of what can they do to build up momentum after Byrd has done so much.
Yeah, it really is.
I mean, that said, this Mudsley on the fields.
Their
It's going to take a lot of damage from that burnout.
Yeah, their bench is looking fantastic in comparison.
Yeah, it's like this. There's a million ways this could go wrong.
That said, this burnout is going to do a lot of damage to this Skuldra because of rally in front row.
Yo, Skuldra taking 85 from a spirit attack? That's new?
Yeah, it's a lot of damage.
Very interesting day for Skuldras.
If you're Skuldra, look out. There might be someone looking to one-shot you just across the aisle.
We see the Provoke come out into Byrd's Skuldra here, preventing a Patience.
They're trying to decide, I think, between passing and just laying down another Provoke or Nettle, given the incredible utility of both of those plays. It looks like
Curious if they can bring Dig'em back in for any effect. Ooh, no patience allowed.
No patience on the board. Gremler wants plays and they want it now. The bad thing is that there's some progress that can be made on the side of player 2. We'll call them player 1 and player 2 until I learn their names.
Left side is Byrd, right side is Termax.
Byrd, Termax, got you. There's opportunities for Byrd here. Only because Byrd knows that Skuldra needs to switch out. Get some chip on the Gremler. Doesn't seem to be many opportunities for that these days.
The Mudsley back into heal though.
No, this is the same Gremler, by the way, who was taken out flat from a mimic grit squimmage.
With that said, we see
very unusual matchup.
doing a lot of damage here. Now that Rally's down,
I wonder if they're going to make a sacrifice of the squimmage in order to get more momentum back.
The Byrd's slowly running out of options. Is the big.
Oh, we see a torch pass into the squimmage. With that said, the Skuldra does go down. So
this does mean that squimmage is back on the field with
Byrd's bench is in rough shape though.
They are back on the field at full health with our good friend Moist Squimmage. This is a moist, sopping wet squid again.
I'd be more concerned if the squid wasn't sopping wet, right?
That would be considered unhealthy, yes.
Yeah, if you had a dried out squid, that's not a great feeling.
Yeah, even just looking at the field, it seems very cut and dry, but it's not at all over.
No, absolutely.
Heat wave is a huge part of part of Termax's strategy, and it looks like they have to think on the fly.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
very...
struggling to find a way to take out this Dig'em here, and we see a chant into the
best
Skull
recovery
Copy,
to Skull
bringing it up
Copy.
early.
Very
And into the
interesting.
Scaldra.
Oh, free ball.
Bird's bench, of course,
A cheeky little
looked
free ball.
bad.
The Bird's
Annoying
bench is
noiser.
looking-
We haven't seen.
Oh boy. Bird's bench is looking a little more healthy ever since the Skull Copy came back to life. The only problem is that they are both at 80 stamina max, it looks like.
80,
It's not the...
80 is
Bruh.
still not nothing on two beasties that are that bulky. And it's a lot
isn't,
better than
but
0.
It's, if I remember, oh, let me see if I can do my napkin math really quickly. It means you'd have to do 130 at the net, or something similar. 120, you'd have to pass the 120 damage threshold at the net in order to one-shot
Yep.
those beasties. So it's a little more doable. That being said, I don't think that's what the Termax is trying to do here.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah,
very...
We have cut shot on the field. Only a Skull Copy will be able to attack, and they will be able to defend their ally from whatever comes next, but they're still in a very strange position.
Comes the feint, volley into the twist.
Yep.
Getting out into...
Very interesting.
Anything.
That's sort of forcing an attack
Oh,
from
yeah.
Gremler.
Yeah, anything but Gremler, right? Oh, but the drums are gonna allow for some... staying on the side of Termax.
And Squimmage is going to get stressed out this turn, so they won't be able to pull their shenanigans, as far as I'm aware.
As far as we're aware. As far as
We see the Squimmage tag
but-
out for the Scaldra.
This is a bizarre match.
No, absolutely. The teams don't really seem ready. Neither team seems ready to fight the other. I mean, I come here after the drop in 2 points, right? Point being,
Sorry, hang on. Are we
very
still on
awkward.
game 1? I'm just looking at the stream again and realizing we're on game 1. It's
Oh,
not
yeah.
over. It's gonna be crazy.
oh dearie me. I can't wait to see the adaptations made on both sides. Here's another quiz for you.
But Nero, there's only an adaptation Gremler on one side.
Oh, that's fine. Well, I'm too, I see red.
In another
too much.
timeline, they were bold enough for the double nettle.
If only there was an Albrax, and then I could justify.
We see a slice into the front row.
Mizuki's probably gonna catch it. There is a chance that they invent slippery slice right this second.
We see Squimmage
Oh,
come back
Squid!
in.
Squid is here and he's annoying.
And it's annoying.
Oh, this is a powerful spot for the Squid to be in, actually. Does just
Yeah,
enough
like-
damage to kill here.
Dugout's about to be back up, so Torch Pass is gonna be
Oh, yeah.
online.
Interesting decision to have Torch Pass be on Dugout and not Dig'em. We have no block coming out. Instead, there's just a burnout.
Oh, and that is a
Lunaptra takes
lot
it,
of damage
180
into the
Yay!
Lunaptra.
Game 1, that Squimmage did end up clutching in the end.
Game 1 goes to
Jesus.
Byrd and the astoundingly well built for this situation Garbage Guardians. Absolutely crazy.
Pure insanity, if you ask me. I don't know, the Garbage Guardians had it in them.
And again, that was game 1, folks. We have more in store. Players take a breath and get you going.
The beasties are balling. They don't seem to be stopping anytime soon. Summer may be over, but it's always balling season. Yeah, sure, we roll with that.
I'm pretty sure it's duck season.
Rabbit season. Is there a rabbit beastie in the game yet?
Lunaptra kinda
The
counts.
Banui.
I don't know that I would call Lunaptra a rabbit. Funny thing.
Listen, they're trying their best. They're in their rabbit costume.
I don't think that's a rabbit.
It's a moth. It's a moth doing its best.
We'll make you an honorary rabbit.
Here's the problem. Rabbits are invasive to Australia.
That is
okay,
true.
but we don't know that yet. Do we know that for a fact?
It's a fact for real Australia, and by the transitive property, that's what we make jokes about.
Oh, true.
All right, back in the game.
Okay, don't put it back. Back in the game. Back in the game. The leads on both sides.
Once again, we're
copy
seeing.
figure. No. Oh, Squid.
Once again, we're
There you
seeing. Yeah, this is a slightly different lead-up match, which makes sense. They do not want to give this Squid moist if they can help it.
Yeah.
They can live with an annoying Squid.
The annoying squid is still gonna... Imagine getting hit by the squid and now suddenly you can't do anything. That's always scary. Exert's coming out and is an interesting byproduct, though. They don't really have another serving move they can become.
We see Drum clicked here, just providing that early game healing support. Will prevent any of Byrd's heat waves, making either of these two, which are not moist, sweaty. So if we were to see, say, a Scaldra tag in here, that would help significantly. But with that said, again, the healing support is not anything to laugh at. But this Squimage just walking straight up into the front row to click Rally into Grid again and do a whole lot of damage.
Squid does not need to think. Squid simply needs to click Mimic. Although that being said, they will be in a much more precarious position than this time last game.
Yeah, that Squimage is a little bit... Those numbers are perfectly normal for a squid, by the way.
What's the saying? Cephalopod see, cephalopod do?
Something like that. It's something like that.
Seeing the rally, we're seeing
I feel like
the
that's
grit.
a few more syllables, but you know.
Oh jeez. Oh, I think that's a lot of damage. 93 onto Noizard.
And let me take another peek see at these stats. That is not an invested Noizard, so that's not as crazy. So that's less crazy than one might think if they were fully spirit invested defense, but that's still a pretty crazy number for Noizard to take.
Yeah.
And now we have rally up from both sides.
It's a naturally tanky piece, but that doesn't matter right now. Squimage is about to take a big old ball to the face, and unless something happens about it, Squimage goes down only for 4 wipe. Given that there's Dread on the field, that's probably for the best.
Yeah, they really couldn't do much once their Dig'em besties are off the field and they don't have the moist to save them.
That being said, now there's room for there's room for Dugout. There's room for Skull Copy to come in. But all of a sudden, Byrd's bench is actually looking really bad.
Kim in chat. Hi, Kim.
Hi, Kim. You're the greatest.
Kim,
if you're anyone
along
not
with
named,
Skarm.
if you're anyone not named, Skarm, you're the greatest too. If you're anyone named not Kim or Skarm, pretend you didn't hear that.
Kim, Skarm, and Balamar are, of course, our wonderful TOs for this heat wave. We appreciate them greatly for all the work they're doing behind the scenes. All while Skarm is also playing. And Balamar is playing.
Is also part of the tournament today. Speaking of playing, indeed, we're looking at
Beastieball.
looking at a tanky little turtle.
Yeah, the tanky
Well, they're
turtle's
much
back
different, but you get the
online.
point.
Yeah, same thing. If you like animals, pretend you didn't hear me say that.
Where's the line, Nero?
found the
You were
animal
saying
like here.
Lunocter wasn't a bunny, but now you're saying Mudsley's a turtle?
It looks like a turtle, it smells like a turtle, okay?
How do you know what it smells like?
Don't ask me questions that I'm not allowed to answer.
I think this is making us lose our minds.
Beastieball! There's
Beastieball.
it's a
It looks
strange
like
situation.
Yeah, this is a strange situation. Squimage is hanging
moist.
in there, but is the only one able to attack this turn, and will have to go with Exert if they want to do anything. Since they will not be able to use Cut Shot while in the back lane from our dear friend Skull Copy.
The Skull Copy does have twist, but it is
to
tired.
appreciate Skull Copy does have finished artwork this time around. It is looking fabulous.
Indeed.
Incredibly. Also, that being said, the Squimage is moist once again.
Oh my
See if
goodness, you're right.
We'll see if it's as annoying to remove as it was last time, but...
I mean, that said, this Bring the Heat from the Scaldra gonna do a whole lot of damage into that Squidge.
Oh, deciding to hit Skull Copy
Ooh,
instead.
interesting.
Expecting the tag out,
Calling
perhaps?
out, maybe calling out that Squimage. Gonna switch out, lose the moist, get greedy, and the call goes correct. Straight into Skull Copy. Scaldra now on the field. This
Yeah,
gets a
both
whole lot
Patience
scarier.
and Heatwave is an interesting combination. Heatwave is not particularly useful to them in this matchup.
Meanwhile, Burnout comes out, blocked by the Scaldra. Scaldra on
Skull-
Scaldra
Teapot on
violence.
Teapot violence.
Avert your eyes, I can't look. What I can look at is that it looks like this Musley's trying to make plays. The Clearfield coming out. I think that was Clearfield. My eyes are not what they
no,
used
they
to be
were-
when I was 4 years old.
No, that was a calming aura. The field just happened to clear at that precise moment as Dugout comes out on the field. Dugout has not gotten much use today, but which is interesting. They're the other grit user on the team. Obviously, ideally for supporting scrimmage, but they have a lot more they can do.
Oh, Heat Up gonna come out. Probably hitting College right here. Straight back into the row.
Yeah, there's no sideways on the field right now.
Speaking of beasties that have gotten surprisingly little play, Gremler.
Yeah, Gremler has been taking a back seat. Bro is chillin'.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I've only seen 3 beasties from Termax come out on this side.
Not only on this matchup. Yes, Lunactor did come out at the very end last time. Didn't get to do much yet. I hope they get a little more opportunity this time around. I think Vampire could honestly do some good work with the brutal creatures up over here. Heatwave, very interesting choice. That is 2 points in a Termax. They have learned from last match's mistakes. Will they be able to turn that into a win? It honestly might just be.
Yeah, I mean, this Nerve Strike from the Mudsley going to be doing a lot of damage here, and with Moist, it's going to be really hard to remove from the field from Byrd's side. This Dugout's going to be stuck in the back row here, so it's not going to deal too much damage with Grit.
No, but I'm gonna hazard a guess. Squid is coming out in order to take that torch.
Indeed.
And we have another moist squid.
A simple change in serve combination here made it much easier for Termax to play.
You really saw them learn and adjust from that. Scrimmage is not in the best position considering how tanky the other beasties are, but they honestly might have a decent shot here.
It's looking pretty scary.
Interesting. Termax is going for the heat up into the scrimmage, considering that this is a moist scrimmage we're talking about.
That's just gonna boost Grit. I mean,
yeah. I'm wondering if they didn't register that we were talking about moist scrimmage here.
yeah, I mean, Mimicry is something that you barely ever see in PvP.
Barely see, yeah.
So it might just be something that didn't.
It's often considered to be much less consistently valuable, but it's, to be completely frank, it's doing its job just well here. This is the perfect matchup for Mimicry scrimmage.
It's such a weird spot where scrimmage has to be your ace on a team that's very clearly trying to prop up 2 others.
And we have such a strong spirit defense.
Good God Almighty.
Apologies, community member has created fan art of the grossest, sweatiest scrimmage and has already gotten the starboard in the Witches server.
Oh no!
I mean, that seems about right. Also, dear God, that Scrimmage is doing so much from the background.
Scrimmage knocking out his Galdra not once but twice.
This Grit from the back row is going to hurt whatever's in the back.
Hang on, I will forward it for our commentators to see. Please join the Wishes Unlimited Discord for awesome content like this.
Please join the Wishes Unlimited Discord for awesome content like this.
And also PvP tournaments.
You'll also be able to get access to all the Discord channels where all the PvP nonsense goes down. You'll be able to learn when all these tournaments go up, so you don't just have to rely on inconsistent Twitch pings. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Join the server. It's just good time.
I have forwarded the scrimmage to you both.
You're called Robothan Bobathan in Discord. I hope that's fine.
That's very good. Thank you. Having just a jolly old time in today's court, it smells awful.
It smells like a Smash tournament in here, am I right, guy?
No, I think Smash tournaments are worse.
Sound effect, that would be pretty good.
True, by the way.
Okay, we're looking at a torch pass.
Notice how Squimage gets to play, and now all of a sudden it's looking so incredibly dangerous.
Ooh!
93 once again onto
If red was up, this game would be over.
The game would be over immediately, yeah. Gremler wants nothing to do with this field, I imagine. Notice, again, that the Squid has gotten to play for about 3 rotations.
And this is a...
Now
it
it's
just shows how immediately they can make a difference. Oh my
Nerve Strike
goodness.
doing a shockingly low amount of damage to a Squimmage, a notoriously very frail beastie. But I mean, with Rally up, and with Block, and with Friendship from Diggum, it only takes 23 from that boosted Nerve Strike.
Looking really, really not good if you're Termax. There's ways out of this. Most of them involve Scaldra. Funny how that works, but Byrd
Yeah, Scaldra-
flipped this around really fast.
Yeah, the raw Spirit Defense is definitely in Termax's favor. It's just can they finally get
Oh
a
my
knockout
God.
in time?
I'm sorry,
This squid
43?
is-
That's...
This squid
Hey,
is
tough-
frightening.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if I see a way for Termax to break through this team, which is crazy to say when there's a Squimmage on
At
the
the
field.
very least, they're stopping a block.
At the very least,
And they're also stopping
no
a rally.
block.
Buster Ball, you might have to update that fan art already. It doesn't look like Squimage is staying at 12.
It's getting more. More!
Yeah, we're gonna see it hit at least 13 here.
It's such a scary... I mean, both benches, let's be honest, look really fucked right now.
Scarm is...
They're not
We
the
have our
most...
friend Scarm in chat informing us the funny story behind this team is that Byrd initially built a much more conventional Apostle Albrax offense team, and it was solid, lacked the sauce, so they wondered how to make its vibe more Bird-like, and so, Squimmage. Seems to be working out.
That'll do it.
That is 68 damage onto the Squimage.
Which isn't 72.
Which
Yeesh.
notably is not 72.
Not 72, and not enough to knock you out.
How interesting is that?
I'm not sure if it's doing,
still-
the Nerve Strike is doing enough to the back row Diggum, so we see just no defensive action from Byrd here, and we're gonna see another massive grit come off. With that said, not
There's gonna
rally
be a block.
boosted.
Yeah, the problem is that there's gonna be a block able to come up. The set's gonna be able to come out. I don't think
Oh
there's
my
literally
God.
anything actually able to be
Is that
done
the
here,
first time we've seen Set click this set of matches?
It's
It's just night.
Millennium?
It's just night.
There's a soft 50-50 to be made here. What happens with Musley moving down? It's gonna survive if it blocks, but then Sculpture will die. Sculpture will die either way.
We see the Musley move to the
down.
side.
Oh,
Takes
they
a lot
made
of
the right
damage.
call. They are no longer tough. They can finally do something.
With that
I would've
said,
clicked exactly.
bench
I
in a
would've
really rough spot here. The Lunoptera is not going to be up for the next
Not ready in
defensive
time,
turn,
no.
and Termax's fielded beasties are in really rough shape, and only going to get worse after these sweat ticks.
They do have a point left that they can sacrifice, so they can't.
That is true.
If they can survive a smidge a bit longer.
But I mean, we're going to see
this is true.
we're going to see probably Scaldra come in here.
But that just
21 damage.
the important thing is the squid is off the field right now.
No more moist. That's a terrifying combination that I did not expect. Patience and a heat wave on the field for this. The first, Sculpture's gonna have to switch out. It makes it a really rough and awkward spot. Burnout's gonna be coming out either way. It threatens everything on the field.
I honestly
So
wonder if
scary.
it's worth letting someone on low stamina go down just so they have the time. Oh, the insult
Set
to
comes
injury.
Burnout comes out onto Charkas.
Yep, but
That's-
Lunoptera
Money
is back up.
online.
The ability to sacrifice is gone. The best way for Termax to win, I would think, is just to play the most insane Beastieball ever.
I honestly think
There's
they
a
have a
couple ways
shot.
out. There's a couple ways out of this for sure. The Lunoptera being up gives a bunch of opportunities. Burnout coming out into Gremler. It's only
Yeah, will
one tap
Lunoptera
now.
get to make the difference?
We'll see if it
You know, like,
can
that's a-
pull this game out.
From his
Oh,
torch pass,
oh.
so they could tag out to anyone they wanted, assuming there's no
That's-
provoke on the. There's no provoke involved. That's right. That's only on this
But
side.
that said, the Gremlin's
know
on
that.
19,
Oh, we
and it's
can have-
only going to be
oh, they're
lower
going
after
to-
Dread.
Ooh.
I was gonna say, I don't know that Dreadful Mist was the correct play there.
I'm not sure either, but it's.
The idea has
They,
legs.
they kind of had to take a risk.
With that said, if the
Doesn't come
Diggum
Doesn't
takes this hit and doesn't tag out, I think it's going to go down to Dread, no? Yeah.
No, but they can't. No, but Dugout can use Chant, and they will be able
Oh,
to
you're
get a
right, and it
volume
has
grit.
boosted grit.
I hate to be that guy. Doesn't Gremler have Slice?
Gremler does have Slice, yes.
It was a soft 50-50 then, either way. Digum's down, the chant's gonna come out.
Ooh.
And we're right back to the
It's
situation
all down
we were
to
with
are they
Screamers.
targeting
I think
Gremlin, or are
the-
they targeting
It's gotta be-
Gremlin, or are they targeting Lunaptra? It's all down to that.
We see Gremlin move to the side behind Lunaptra. But no, that is the game
that's
in
the
Byrd's
game.
favor, winning
Holy
this match
comeback.
2-0.
Game,
Holy-
set, match. Goodness gracious, that was...
That-
I'm honestly
solid.
sad we don't see a game 3 of that, because that was absurd.
Solid Beastieball from Byrd. The nastiest, grossest, sweatiest Screamage I've ever seen. I ever will see. Insane match.
Quote from Byrd, holy moly.
Yeah, I'd probably... Yeah, that sums up my thoughts just about.
GG's all around, holy
Screamage-
crap.
The second Moist Screamage got to play it, absolutely tore up the field. Shout out to both players. Termax for making it so close, and Byrd for bringing it home.
Byrd, I believe, improving to 2-1 on the day. Termax down to 1-2. That is our round 3 coverage of Swiss for Heatwave. We will be back in probably around 10 to 15 minutes for round 4. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned, everybody.
Hello all, welcome back to Heatwave. We have round 4 coming up between Barcode and WebBowser. A very interesting team on Barcode's side. Plenty of beasties or a few beasties that don't see all that much use. Especially the Deluge I have my eyes on here, having Boom, Shake Off, Heat Up, a lot of passive damage. Masquerade here, running Drum and Stomp, but with Rumpus and Chant. So less of a ramp set. It's an interesting combination of beasties, which I definitely haven't seen something like all that much before. On WebBowser's side, very body attack focused team with some help, but from a Noise Art and a Mudsley in the back. Lots of supportive beasties, which always makes for interesting playstyles.
Yeah, like Riplash is the obvious damage dealer, but it has me wondering what the rest want to do as opposed to just an offense.
Well, the Muscle Bound is definitely going to be doing a lot of damage with Spitball Flex, and that Mudsley, despite Mudsley usually being a support, does have Meditate and Shield. So it's also going to be putting out a lot of damage with Spitball.
And we are seeing Albrax and Platypulse, public enemy number 1 and 2.
Yes, indeed. Dugout arguably in the top 5 as well. But either way, we can speculate about how this match is going to go as long as we want, but I mean, we can also just watch the players start playing. So we'll give them the cue to go.
Yes, sir.
Great.
Very good.
All right, we see the serve coming out from WebBowser, so it will undoubtedly be one of those spitballers, I think.
I'd be honestly shocked if it wasn't.
Oh, I just realized the Riplash's launcher as well, so it's going to be dealing a ton of damage with Flex Thump.
Yeah, and there's no Mystic in the equation, so they have free reign if they don't get the positioning quite right.
That Tort Anchor is tractor beamed, and
I also don't see any boost clears on L side, which is possibly dangerous. Ooh.
We see the Spitball going right out into the Albrax. That said, there is a Mind Weak Beastie who is currently tractor beamed, and a far more Mind Weak Beastie
who is not.
And if they come to the front row, they will almost certainly go down.
Interesting. It looks like Tort Anchor is just here to take hits and support their allies. Very interesting. I wonder what their answer is into Dread.
Well, we don't have to wonder about that here, because there isn't any Dread. We see Albrax clicking a Freeze Ray right away, aiming for the Muscle Bound. Gonna do slightly less damage into the Tort Anchor, but the Tort Anchor being sweaty here from the heat up from
Deluge.
Deluge.
Not happy taking that for sure. The question is, will they attempt? They have Captain here, so they're going to go to the front lane, which means that if they can't take out this critter sometime soon, they will have problems.
With that said, the Muscle Bound does have shield here, and if the Albrax wants to attack it, it can't provoke. Well, it can't provoke anyway, because it just got spitballed, now that I think about it. Freeze Ray will knock it out, though, which is wild, but won't knock out the Tort Anchor.
Yeah, and Boom won't take anyone out just yet either, but it's certainly...
And we do have a Clamor Noise Art in the back, which could just switch in here, and looks like that's the plan.
Welcome to the chat. See, I'm sorry. I'm still giggling about the squid who has beaten you so soundly you did not get a match for this round. But more accurately, we did have another dropout issue. Thank you for being sporting. Now you get to watch this other very interesting match. I'm curious how this is ultimately going to play out.
Muscle Bound taking the Quake damage, but Drum getting set up to help mitigate some of that, and it's going to continue launching these massive spitballs at Barcode's side.
That guy hits the field. What will he do? They do have some decent shield. decent meat shields in the back, you could say, but Platypulse intrigues me. I'm wondering what they'll be able to do this game when the two big body attackers are threatening at every turn.
I mean, the body attackers only have so much stamina, and once this muscle bound gets low, it's going to be hard for it to stay on the field.
The good news is Albrax is being forced out, so they will be free to tag in and out as they need. Spitball into dugout. We got an overwork instead of the more typical unflappable. Very interesting. They can't dig to heal. That's honestly pretty good for them.
Yep. We see the Noizard tagging back out here, allowing it to activate Clamor again later. The Tort Anchor coming back in to potentially allow the Musclebound to get back into the front row and, again, keep up that pressure that it's been exerting so much so far this game.
Here comes that guy. Yeah,
True.
Yeah, you got it. That's how it goes, right?
There goes that guy, I suppose.
There goes that guy. You're right.
Probably gonna see another flex into Spitball here.
For one more turn. Presumably trying to just get another big bonk in.
Yep. Very worthwhile, getting the most use out of it, and I mean, it has the ability to wipe now. With that said, the Albrecht comes in, so this will be... This will almost certainly be a .4 barcode here, evening the score. But WebBowser definitely with the advantage.
Honestly, a reasonable play given what they had available. They knew they had that. Now they get to bring the turtle back when they want, and they know that Musclebound is going down, but they have the room to sacrifice a point. Now it's just a matter of maneuvering to get a better outcome next time. They could also. This is Clamor. Yes, they could. They could bring in Noiser.
No, you're absolutely right. We see a freeze ray come out, and it's gonna hit into that Noizard with max mind defense, and again, not take out this Musclebound, which is instead gonna drain itself after this turn. And I mean, Noizard's gonna be at 64,
would be one turn
and
away
it'll be tractor beamed.
Surviving from sheer drum recovery, that would have been hilarious. Noizard is making some noise. Spitball is coming back out, cannot be stopped. You're right, that tractor beam will not matter even if they stayed on the field. Very good.
Platypulse
very
comes
good play.
in and takes a massive hit.
The angry is very good for WebBowser's side. That prevents any late trap to potentially sabotage their next tag in, but Echo Strike is very interesting.
Yeah.
Would have been very effective. That would have been brutal on Musclebound if they had brought it out sooner.
If they click Echo Strike into the Noizard, it doesn't do much other than force the Noizard off the field, which it's probably going to leave the field fairly soon anyway. If they hit Echo Strike into this Riplash coming in, it's gonna not be Launcher anymore, which means it can attack that side with the Platypulse now.
No, I think they saw that coming, so they're going for Boom instead.
So they are. A very good play. Heads up.
Yeah, now it's a slight guessing game of will they go for a flat attack into our friend Delujo, or are they going for the slice? They're going for the thump. I think you were right on the money that they did predict that removing Launcher would have been against their best interest. Instead, they are bringing in Maskery. Ooh. And that opens up Chant on a couple other options, but it also means Platypulse can use Set into Stomp.
That, or they could just click Drum here and get a bunch of healing onto this Platypulse, which is maybe pretty worthwhile considering the fact that this Riplash can't actually target that slot.
Yep,
that said, they do go for the Set Stomp. And we'll see it goes into the shield on the Riplash. That could be pretty devastating for Barcode here, now that the Riplash is going to be able to get another attack off.
Yeah, that guy is also one turn away from wiping itself out.
That is
so
true.
They have to move
It
fast.
is very worth noting though that if Barcode does manage to survive a bit longer with the llllll, they may be able to. WebBowser's bench is not very healthy beside the Mudsley, and I mean, this Riplash is not on a very high stamina amount.
Going sword pretending so very hard to be a platypus for its friends.
Yep.
Interesting. Very interesting choice.
But with that said,
wonder
now
if
the
that was a
llllll
misclick or
takes
just
less damage because the Riplash isn't in the front row.
I see.
This Noizard has to tag out. Do we see a KO into the Riplash, or is its Mind Defense just a little too good? We'll see if this Echo Strike can take it out, or if Barcode decides to go for Boom instead. We see a Lay Trap. Double Lay Trap Free Ball.
Free ball. Fascinating choice. Now the question is, who are they going to target into? Are they going to allow Mudsley to get off some meditates, or are they going to allow Riplash to get off a flex?
Very scary either way. Do we have the dugout coming back up? I can't see its timer right now, but it should be about time.
Turtle will be ready next turn. Yes,
yep,
dugout
is back up, so that means that even if the Platypus would go down to a Spitball here, which it doesn't look like it will. Yeah, Barcode survives this turn.
Very interesting. Won't help it against any body attackers, but it looks like that won't matter. It looks like they just wanted to protect from the Platypus and possibly the... oh gosh, they could bring Dugout back in, which could wreak havoc with a set.
We just see
instead they're going for the heat up while they still have health. Interesting.
I mean, hey, that 10 chip on the Riplash could be the difference between a KO here or not, but the Tort Anchor is back
online, and it can go in the server slot because they don't have any more serves left. They've gotten 2 points already.
Yep, that's true.
My goodness, this is not the craziest match in the world, but this is still like you can see the intricacies, you can see the math they have to do to decide, will this be enough? What do I have to do now?
Yeah, and I mean, putting the Captain Tort Anchor next to this Mudsley, which is at +2 in
plus
both
2
mind power
and extra defense and everything
and
right now,
spirit and mind defense, with little body attack on the side of Barcode that is relevant at the moment. This Mudsley is about to start...
Finally putting out an Echo Strike. Just a little tickle on the Mudsley.
Yeah, but I mean, giving that thing Neural Net when it already has 2 mind defense boosts is
not
risky.
bad at all.
It's risky, because I mean, that Mudsley is not going to be taking very much damage from mind moves.
And gosh, Dugout's the only thing that can take this next hit. They've already outcompeted Albrecht's defenses. Tort Anchor coming back just in the nick of time to get you in the front lane. I'm very pleased with the change to Captain. You really see how you have to make many more granular decisions, both team building and in how you manage them, just to account for whether or not you will have a Captain opportunity, you know?
Yeah,
and whether or not you really want one.
The ability to have basically a 4th move slot is still really quite fantastic,
really
as we're seeing here. That Tort Anchor can run both Hunker and Provoke, and Mighty Yell.
And still has their pass opportunities.
We see Delusia clicking Shake Off to get a bit of extra stamina, and I mean, that Dugout may be about to Torch Pass into the Platypulse.
I think you're right.
We see a Boom come out. So chipping the Mudsley quite a bit, honestly, for a move that's only 50 power and coming off of an uninvested
more than Echo
Delusia.
Strike did.
Yup. And I mean, that's gonna be some passive damage onto this Tort Anchor, assuming a volley comes out from WebBowser's side. But the Provoke comes out, and we see just Hunker clicked instead, so no Torch Pass allowed this turn. Free Ball goes into the Delusia, so...
Oh, that is brutal.
This counter will not do very much damage, especially to that Tort Anchor, which is likely to click Mighty Yell from the back row here.
I would not be surprised. Gosh, they could even bring back Musclebound if they really wanted to.
I mean, I think this Mudsley just has the game from here.
I think you're right.
I don't want to risk calling it too early, but I'm not seeing a way out at the moment, especially because it doesn't have to take a hit here because the Tort Anchor is going to do it for it.
They know what they're doing. Yeah, and the hunker to ensure they can take whatever the hog has to dish out. Very good play from WebBowser.
Yep, and the Tort Anchor will go down here. Another
third meditate. Insult to injury. Absolute. I wouldn't be surprised if they wanted to stretch it out just so they could get the knockout on Delusia, but no. A slow but decisive 3-0. Well done, WebBowser. That is game 1. I would like to note that Buster Ball has now produced a colored version of the art.
All right, we will absolutely be putting that on stream. When we go to the next break, of course. We still have another 1 or 2 games to cast here. We will be seeing WebBowser serving again here. The Spitballs, I think, just multiple beasties with Spitball is doing incredibly well at shutting down Barcode's team, which relies so heavy on these volley and support plays. Spitball, not necessarily something you'd think of as necessarily dealing all that well with Platypulse, but when so many Platypulse in the meta right now are running set and running lay trap, being unable to use those volley and support moves on offense because it cannot avoid the getting angry from the Spitballs is rough. With that said, this one is body type and it is aimed at the Masquery to try and prevent a drum going off here, it looks like.
And I'm honestly not sure what the response is. Platypulse front row fully predicting they're either not going to target in or it won't matter because they do want. Because like I said, if Platypulse had taken out any traits involved, this would have been significantly harder, and it looks like that's exactly what they're planning. I'm going for a lay trap, and I'm going to assume an Echo Strike into Musclebound, if not. But
well,
no,
it's going into Tort Anchor.
Predict that too.
Either way, it was going into Tort Anchor, but now notably, the Tort Anchor is not going to have Captain, so this Musclebound isn't going to be doing anywhere near as much damage with its Spitballs. Will still be able to get a flex off here if it wants to. But this change in counter serve from Barcode's side looks like it is paying off, at least so far. Apologies about the audio glitches, by the way.
Oh dear.
That may be on my end, it may be on the player streaming's end. Not entirely sure, but hopefully it resolves itself quickly.
It's certainly quite the song to pair it with as well.
Yes. Alright, we see the Platypulse just being able to block now. And I mean, we're gonna see more traps set up.
Very fitting for the showdown. Interesting that they're also sort of invalidating Rumpus because Rumpus isn't getting its job done when you're not hitting the Platypulse.
Yeah, I mean, that is one way to play around it for sure. If you want to make progress, don't hit beasties that'll heal. We see Musclebound moving to the front, which is super risky if this Echo Strike goes into it, which it does.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt, and they will not be able to do much. I'm surprised they didn't.
Oh, but the Tort Anchor has Neural Net now.
Oh my god, I completely blanked on that. I'm going to guess that Barcode did too. Oh, that is brutal. That is a brilliant play now that I'm actually looking on the face of it.
I think Barcode is probably aware of it, because you want to aim it at the Musclebound in the case that the Tort Anchor tags out for a Mudsley or a Ripflash.
That's true, but I'm wonder like this is they perfectly played into what Platypulse was doing, and now now Platypulse is paying the price for its sins.
98 damage. Some of that gonna be mitigated by Rumpus and Drum, but I don't know if it'll be enough of it mitigated by the time the Platypulse needs to take another hit here. I think it will be likely to see a Torque Pass coming out from that dugout into the Platypulse fairly soon in this game. With that said, first thing we see is a Drum into a Stomp from the Masquery. Firing that
Trying
off
to
in the
whittle
direction of the
down
Tord Anchor.
Whittling down Tord Anchor a little further.
We do see, I believe, yeah, the Masquerade did get blocked there, so that Tord Anchor still hanging on.
Still hanging on. Honest, in the right situation, they could probably hunker if they really wanted to, but I don't think they will. Now we again have a very powerful +3, +4 pitball if you count the front lane bonus.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think hunkering really does that much here because you're so likely to win the point at this moment.
True, true.
We see Dugout switch in and immediately go down, taking exactly 100 damage. It's not going to be able to torch pass to anything.
Clam cannot be stopped.
Barcode's team looking very rough now and down 2 points. We only have this Albrax and this Delusia to really take on the team for a couple turns while that Dugout and Platypulse come back up.
It looks like they're planning to trap It looks like they are planning to trap Tord Anchor in and force a point there. The question is, what's the plan after that?
That will buy them a little bit of time because those white beasties on the bench will tick down.
It's true, it does buy them a little time.
And time is important. With that said, I don't know how the interaction works, but I wonder if the Noizard tags in for the muscle bound here.
I'm wondering that as well. There's
I'm not sure which overrides which in that situation. I want to say it's probably Noisy.
Yeah. Well, instead they're going for the front lane since they're probably banking on.
Yeah, I mean, I think this
interesting.
is.
Oh, I see.
Front row boom into the Tord Anchor does also get the KO. Oh, but they click it into the muscle bound, so forcing the volley, and the Tord Anchor has to drain itself rather than wiping. Very heads up play from Barcode here.
Yeah. That being said, they could use this opportunity to provoke instead and extend the time. But that still leaves Albrax right for the destruction of the clam. No, yeah, they go for the single provoke and they go for the white free ball. Interesting. They have plenty room to take risks.
You want the Tord Anchor to go down because if you don't volley to the Tord Anchor and don't have it go down, then you're still stuck with a beastie on 15 stamina, which Barcode will probably continue clicking boom into if you don't let it go down. But I mean, here's an opportunity for the Noizard to come back in.
That guy! Here comes that guy!
I don't know how you're supposed to intone it. I think it's more like, that guy. Either that or, wow, it's that guy. One of the two, for sure.
Yeah, we're talking that guy.
Yeah, that guy over there.
Bro. Instead of going for a big hit with Albrax, they're going for the boom.
Yep. Not bothering to volley, because don't have to there.
Honest, decent damage combined with the trap.
I mean, this is more damage than a freeze ray would be because it gets 25 onto the muscle bound as well, which is now going to be down to 20 stamina after this offense turn ends. Maybe 26 if
they can no longer
clicks drum here, but it looks like we're seeing a provoke into the Delusion.
Makes sense. Yeah, will Barcode be able to turn this back around? It's honestly possible.
It's possible, but there still is
playing very excellent.
We have a full
health.
health.
Is back up thanks to drum.
Yeah, Albert's back up
full stamina.
to full.
And their bench is looking pretty good.
Yeah, we see the Mudsley and the Riplash though still lurking in the wings, ready to come in and start boosting to who knows what heights.
Oof. The boom. Another big boom. Another way to force quake damage into a knockout.
And this Noizard is additionally going to be stuck on the field with 4 health. We're gonna see the Noizard on 4 health, and the muscle bound is gonna be drained. So this is an incredibly rough situation at the moment for WebBowser. Going to have 3 beasties down. This Torn Anchor is going to take another 2 turns to get back up.
All you can do is be quiet, silent, and watch what happens. Ooh, I was not sure they could handle that. That is brutal. Drum is back up. Drum is back up on both sides. Mudsley does have plenty of opportunities here, but it's honestly, yeah, it's very dangerous when they have a Stomp Masquerade in the front lane. Will it be the Sharks' time to shine soon? I'm amazed they managed to avoid taking a point off.
With that said, this Platypulse is poised to come in and take that Mind Attack, get an easy receive in the front lane, and click Echo Strike after the Albrax presumably clicks Double Provoke here. We see shields clicked immediately without much thought by WebBowser. I mean, it is certainly the correct play here. But again, it's not likely to go off because this Albrax is able to just click a couple supportive moves because the Platypulse gets an easy receive.
The provoke!
Oh,
thankfully,
but it's chill!
Thankfully the chill trait really saving them.
I forgot! The Mudsley's gonna survive the turn!
And this honestly saved, and that honestly saved them from losing their point here. Very well. Like, I don't know if that was the plan, but well played.
I mean, it's certainly part of the team build here. Mudsley is a super interesting attacker in that it is like one of 2 beasties that can run an offensive set and run shield on it without fearing provoke. The other one, of course, being Plucky Goopster.
That vicious spider.
But we see a block here, so I mean, it's gonna be rinse and repeat here. The Platypulse is gonna be able to click Echo Strike again. But does this Mudsley have enough Mind Defense to survive? It doesn't have any boosts right now, so it's gonna struggle. Yeah, it'll go down to an attack from either of these 2. I would not be too surprised if we see a refresh into the Platypulse here to get it some health back. And we see the Torn Anchor tag in the back row, just repositioning here, potentially to get the Riplash in the serving slot in a moment.
I'm gonna say this looks like prime time for Riplash support.
Yep. Mudsley goes down, Barcode takes the first point of the match. Or the first point that they've taken all match.
This is far from over.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, WebBowser's bench is not in good shape. And this Torn Anchor, again, doesn't have Captain now because it just got Echo Strike. Going to be forced to take any mind moves at the moment. If it manages to survive until the Mudsley gets back up, then that's pretty good. WebBowser deciding to put this Riplash in the front row, start clicking some giant thumps with Launcher, and being able to block to try and protect this Torn Anchor.
Yeah, Dugout is back online, and ooh.
That's a lot of damage, but again, it's probably very likely to Torque Pass here, and if this Albrax clicks Provoke into the Torn Anchor, which I would not be surprised to see here, you can prevent the Torque Pass from getting provoked. With that said,
they might also
Dugout could fire off a massive counter.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call it a 50-50. It's just a very unclear what their strategy is, which of these attackers they're going all in on. Albrax has proven itself plenty of times over, but the back row is not looking good. They could try to rush down the Torn Anchor. Yep, provoke.
We do see the Tort Anchor provoked, so that dugout will be able to get a Torque Pass off. Which means that Barcode here can get that Deluja into the slot where it's going to most easily be able to like fend off this Riplash. With that said,
that is the trouble with
walk to the side.
That is true. Oh lord, that's true, but that won't be enough.
Yeah, it won't be enough damage to knock out the Albrecht though, so going for the Flex instead. Makes sense, getting your damage higher so that this Deluja isn't going to be able to take as many hits. And it doesn't look like it's going to be able to take more than one here.
That could be an interesting pair up. Yeah, we're getting some chatter in the chat about the stream layout. Hallow does a great job making sure we have all the information we need so we can understand the match better. Great job, Hallow.
Thank you. We see Albrecht here being able to fire up a pretty heavy freeze ray from the front if it wants to. WebBowser tagging in the Noizard. I didn't see the damage calc. This might be
their sacrificial lamb.
Potentially, but I also did not see the damage calc. There's a chance it survives this freeze ray if the Albrecht doesn't walk forward.
Yeah, see, there's no random chance, but there is us not doing math good, which makes it just as exciting.
We're not seeing the numbers, which the players are looking at more closely than we are. We do see the Noizard come in. It does survive on
sacrificial
one
lamb
health,
today,
which I think is maybe worse. I think if I'm WebBowser, I might want my Noizard to go down there so that
if Albrecht
can come back up.
In front.
Yeah, we see a provoke come out. I mean, the Deluja is going to go down here, so I mean, the Albrecht can't block.
Either it's game or Albrecht reads the room and moves to the side. Yep.
With that said, can Barcode force this Riplash off the field, or at least make it not be able to attack here?
They might honestly have to tank it with a Muscle Bound, which I never thought I would say about an Albrecht. But no, they're going into Mudsley instead. Interesting.
No, I'm saying I don't know if Barcode can come back from this.
I see. No, yeah.
That dugout is not back up. The Platypulse and Masquerie are super low still, and this Riplash is just not going to leave the field because it has no reason to.
It doesn't need Steadfast to stay on the field. It's ready to knock you over right now.
And yeah, I think this stump is gonna be game.
Game, set, and match. And yet, the body defense on that Deluja is pretty crazy.
And yet, the body power on Riplash is good enough, especially when augmented by Launcher.
Magnificent work, players. Congratulations to WebBowser.
Indeed. I am trying to pull up the standings to see if either of them are in playoff contention. Barcode, unlikely to move on after a loss. Do we see WebBowser in the top cut or not? Doesn't look like it. So my guess is this match didn't have much relevance to the top 8. But with that said, we are going to head to a break. Thank you all for sticking with us. And we'll get ready for Top Cut and bring you the top 8 matches in just a bit. Stay tuned. Hello all, welcome back to our coverage of Heatwave. We have played 4 rounds of Swiss so far, and we are about ready to move on to Top Cut. Are you excited, Robin? Because I sure am.
I am very interested in seeing who's made the Top Cut.
Yes, so Top Cut, we have, in order of finishing the Swiss rounds, this is sorted by first record. There are 2 players who are 4-0, and then by, I believe, number of game wins. So we have, as the first seed, Balmar, who went 4-0. Second seed, who is going to be on stream in a moment, Matt Cavalo, who also went 4-0. A name who isn't super familiar in terms of the grander PvP scene, but apparently has top cut a Heatwave before. I have unfortunately not watched enough of them, but he's been around and he's been good at the game. Coolbz, who we saw on stream earlier, in third. Dino in fourth after taking a loss to Skarm, who unfortunately placed just out of top 8. Fifth seed is GFCA, well known for some silly teams such as Pipe Bomb, but very much in the running here for the top cut. Sixth seed, Wave Weiss, also a very good player who's been around a while. Seventh seed, though, well, I suppose we'll get to the 7th seed next because they're going to be on stream in a moment. But 8th seed is Arctech, veteran of the scene. One of Ballamar and Arctech won't be moving on here, which is interesting. And the winner of those will play either Dino or GFCA. But on this side of the bracket, we have some, like, relatively slightly less known names. Names that if you're not, like, paying attention to tournament results, you might not have seen. But that said, with the 7th seed and currently streaming for us in Discord, we have an entirely new name. This is Mabel's first Heatwave. We saw her, I believe, in... Was it round 1 we saw, or round 2?
I believe
do you remember?
She was round 1.
Yeah, I think she was round 1. We have a fantastic lobby code on the screen. But with that said, we're going to see Mabel's...
no, actually, round 2. I forgot. I was mistaken.
2. Right. Mabel's very offensive rally team here going up against Cavalo's team, which has a couple good spirit defenders and a few middling spirit defenders. That Platypulse will be able to take Spitballs pretty easily, though. Overall, a pretty fascinating matchup. We see the Exert Grit Apostle with Hardy on Cavalo's side, as well as the Dispel Hex Heatwave Mystic next to the Dugout with Grit. So that's gonna...
Very excited to see my boy Mystic.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, those 2 grits are going to be boosted by Rally if Mabel sets it up, which will be...
That would be very frightening.
Super interesting to see how she plays around that and how Cavalo potentially takes advantage of it. But with that all said, we won't know until we watch the games. So without further ado, we'll tell the players to ready up, and we should hop into top 8 coverage shortly. Cavalo's team here is actually, like, deceptively heavy on the spirit. Like, there are only the 2 beasties which use spirit attacks, but the Mystic, of course, having Dispel, and the Tordanker having Faith, and the Platypulse having Set even, mean that the spirit attackers are very much the focus of this team here. And we'll get started here and see what the plan is for the Valiant Storms and the Cowardly Lions.
Very, very, very interesting vibes coming against each other. We're seeing completely different teams compared to the overlap Cowardly Lions had earlier.
Indeed.
Yeah, we're seeing the Valiant Storms are serving I'm very curious to see what the game plan will ultimately be because this is not a Rally weak team, but Rally can get frightening when it gets out of hand.
Indeed. With that said, we do see the Apostle on field and the Tort Anchor next door. So the Tort Anchor, with a bit of Spirit Defense investment, hits 130 and is not going to be taking all that much from the Spurfolks after the Protector boost.
That's a mean mystic.
Seems like we don't have music, so I'll go ahead and I might turn mainframe on because it feels a little quiet. But
yeah,
there we go.
Sense.
With that said, Exert coming off to activate that grit on Apostle. And this Spurfolks is gonna chunk something.
For sure. This is... We don't have the Mighty Yell on this Tort Anchor, so they won't be able to redirect, but it doesn't... And they do have a Raw Fury, so they could take a good chunk off of them regardless.
Oh, that's true. This is the Raw Fury who rolls. I barely enunciated that there, but I mean... That's going to be doing, I believe, like 64 damage, or 53, allegedly, to this Apostle. But that said, Stinky able to come out here, and...
Which is very frightening.
Yeah, I mean, that Fruitfolks won't be able to attack for another turn, but with that said, no sideways move on the field, so it could just dip back behind the protection of that Watchtower Fetch'em.
I'm looking at some of these stat spreads here, and this Apostle is built to tank Spirit like nobody's business, but also to dish it out. And yet another, we got a second Faith coming out into Fetch'em, and this is an interesting position since Fruitfolks won't be able to strike back just yet.
But it's still on 100 stamina.
Yeah, and while Hardy is often very good for Apostle, will not save them after this turn.
Yeah, going to take a lot of damage from Sweat here and go down. We see the Tort Anchor just stay in and take that.
Going for one more go. And gosh, where are my words? Spitball Disabling Provoke will not be able to stop any particular move this turn.
Yeah, thinking about clicking Boom here by the looks of it, but I mean,
it's not the worst idea. But when we have, with Watchtower Shield in the equation, they won't be able to get the best use out of it one might hope for.
All right. Oh, we do see a boom aimed at the Fruitfolks. With that said, the Noizord comes in, so it's going to be able to click Rally here, and this Fruitfolks is going to do a lot of damage with this.
And that also
next
sets up
Drum
with Shanty. You do not see Shanty as often compared to Captain.
I think it's somewhat 50-50 these days, actually.
Really?
Yeah, Shanty, I mean, they work on very different teams. But on a team like this, with like a Noizard and a Mystic, that is a very raw Fury. With that said, I think it's Scream right now. And Scream going to be able to take out an invested Tort Anchor, not fully invested, in the back row. But we see the Mystic go down instead.
Poor Mystic, down the second they get in.
Yep, no hexes today. Mabel says.
No hexes today. No, thank you, sir.
All right.
And we still have, now that Rally is up, we have a very solid serve into anyone who is anyone.
Yep, and that dugout is gonna be noisy now, so it's gonna have a hard time staying on the field. I expect we'll probably see a torch pass here after maybe a boom this turn. But either way, Mabel taking a very commanding position early here. This dugout doesn't have grit active yet, and if it torch passes out, it's going to be off the field for 4 turns, which means it will continue not really being able to do all that much damage. And
we're looking at a cut shot, which is absolutely terrifying, even if it just gets the free point.
Guaranteed gets a point here, because either the dugout tags out, or it doesn't tag out and is noisy and takes the hit. We do see the torch pass into the Mystic here.
Very interesting choice.
I mean, it can get a hex off here.
It can get a hex off. It's just a matter of will the disabling be worth it, and what will the other beastie do next.
Yeah, I mean, this Platypulse not invested in mind attack at all.
Accurately, who they're going to hex.
Yep. That is always a hard question when you're behind and considering.
Also, I would like to appreciate both of these coaches' fits are absolutely on point.
Oh, for sure. Looking incredibly dapper. Scream owns a serve coming out here into Tordanker, deciding not to hit the Mystic, preventing it from, I guess, clicking Hex and, like, removing some progress, or really clicking Hex at all unless Dispel is also clicked. We do see the Dispel Hex here into the Surgus, so it moving to the front.
Ultimately not to their benefit, no.
Yeah.
Can't even set up rally like this, which is probably exactly what they were going for. Their bench is looking pretty dire, except for Platypulse, who will probably be coming in next.
With that said, the Frufolks doesn't have a boost right now. It's stuck in the back row. The Surgus is kind of stuck on the field and gonna be at 20 here. With that said, the Tordanker is really low. And I'm not sure how many more hits it's going to be able to take. It'll be able to take at least one more from the Frufolks after this turn. But if we see the Hopper tag into the front row, like, what's in it for that then? We do see the Platypulse come in.
Platypulse does have a number of options. Both of these beasties could take a knockout right the second.
That is true. We could see a set into Boom, which would be nice and fun.
Just a matter of are they switching out Surgus now, and if not, what are they doing instead?
Yeah, if Cavalo gets this offensive turn wrong, it could just be the game. We see Noizard tagging in the front row, taking that numb shot after some traps, and that gets Frufolks a boost, which is gonna necessitate tagging in that wiped Mystic here if Cavalo wants to stay in this game.
If only this Platypulse had telekinesis, that would have been a completely different ballgame. But that's always the question, if only you had this instead of that.
Yeah, with only 3 moves on each beastie, it is incredibly hard to decide what plays you want to have around.
This is the only way they can survive, and they aren't in the worst position ever. It's just pretty dire.
That said, the Frufolks is down. The biggest threat on the field is not there.
Could also double lay trap into whoever's coming in, which will not be disastrous for Hopra, but devastating for anyone else.
Oh yeah. Hopra almost certainly gonna come in here, be able to output that raw damage from the front row. Hitting into the Hopra here, I'm not so sure about that, because that will allow the Noizard to click rally.
That is true, that is true.
But a front row super commit into this invested Aposser.
Still not enough for a knockout, but it could be enough for now. There's plenty of time. There's still some time on both sides. The question is, what will you do with it? Interesting, they could be using a Tornado Ball to ensure...
A Tornado Ball, though, would force in the Tordanker, which is up.
Which is still not the worst. That would be better than having to take a boosted grit from a Aposser.
That is true. You got me there, and now it's gonna be, and I mean now it's gonna be a front row plus, like front row boosted by Faith grit after hitting Tornado Ball over there,
yeah,
and that Mystic and Dugout are gonna be back up. So suddenly Cavalo looks incredibly in this game.
Oh gosh, and they are looking at a Boom on serve. So what are they going to do?
I wonder if we're going to see the double block here.
Cannot take a single tick of Quake.
If we see a double block, and this goes into the Hopra, I think they survive.
Woo.
But it does go into the Noizard.
Relatively new mechanic. Ooh.
Noizard does go down. We are going to see Boom come out from the Tordanker here. With that said, we could see the Fetch'em switch in here.
The problem is, we're looking at Boom. We also have the trap to consider. Neither of these beasties will be
absolutely right. Suddenly, Mabel's in such a rough position.
Insane turnaround.
Yeah, with 3 traps,
Yeah, that double trap.
I think that's
trap is
actually
really
the
what's
game for
winning this
Cavalo.
match.
Wow.
And in a stunning turn of events, the Shanty Tort Anchor gets the KO.
Wow.
Absolutely
Mabel's bench
incredible
was just too
turnaround.
low. So that's 1-0 to them. Mabel seemed like she had that game, and then Cavalo just managed to turn it around. That was incredibly impressive. Just knowing what his win cons were and executing them. That was very impressive work. Jumping right into game 2 here, Cavalo going to be serving, so Mabel will have the counter serve here.
I'm wondering if they're going to lean into Apostle again, or if they're going to go for something completely different. I'm deeply amused by the chat message saying, "Oh my gosh, traps!" Like you're seeing something at the mall. That's how we should all talk about Beastieball, I think. Just traps, just for me.
Yeah, we see the dugout lead here, so
Yeah, this is a
Heat
different
Wave
lead
on the counter serve.
Very interesting.
We could potentially see a Noizard tag in here. Yeah,
So we
there
do.
we
You
go.
are correct.
That'll allow
Means we do
provoking
get
the Heat
Protector
Wave.
Boost. We do get a Raw Fury to consider as well.
Yeah, and I mean this dugout now, assuming the provoke comes out, won't have grit active, and that's gonna really hinder its damage output. And the Mystic is effectively rendered useless by a provoke because it doesn't have an attacking
Mystic
move.
can't do nothing right now. And they also have not set up a rally, which means that Grit will not get a rally boost either. This is very, very slow strategic play. Ooh,
which is very
Mystic.
out of character for a rally.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I find it often makes a huge difference whether your plan is to always, no matter what, put up this effect when you want to, or if you understand sometimes it is not worth your action economy just to get that advantage. You have to consider every angle.
Yeah, so I mean, this Mystic is as good as done for now against a Spirit attacking team. I would not be surprised if Cavalo just lets it go down here. We see a free ball into the Frufolks.
Very interesting that they chose not to make use of a single point of damage on Grit. I'm guessing they thought it wouldn't matter.
Yeah, we see a cut shot from the Circus here, guaranteed to score a point no matter what happens. I expect Cavalo's probably going to let the Mystic go down here. Yeah.
Yes.
A Posser comes in.
They're taking the opportunity to switch in. Now the question is, what is their alternative plan for... What is their alternative plan for getting Heatwave going? Because certainly nobody else on their team has it, as far as I'm aware.
The dugout can torch pass, which is what I think is probably going to happen. We're probably going to see a torch pass into that Mystic in a bit. We might even see the dugout switch in here. I wouldn't be too shocked. But we see the Tort Anchor instead.
No, it's never going for Tort Anchor. Interesting. I think the last match really proved the value of Boom whenever they get the right opportunity, so I would not be surprised if they make more use of that.
With that said, if I'm Cavalo here, I see that my Apostle is noisy, and I am instantly clicking Exert. We do see the Boom, however.
No kidding.
Boom going right into the Frufolks, again, just preventing those protector boosts, but we're going to see a rally into a contest or cut shot from this Circus here. And that won't quite knock out the Tort Anchor if it moves to the front row here. But with that said, the Apostle is noisy.
If I don't have the math wrong, it will take out the Apostle in the back still.
Looks like contest isn't quite enough.
Just barely not. No. The math is slightly different for different things.
Yeah, because it was already at +1 from being in the front, I think. And Rally, of course, puts it at +2. The Pops are going to take a lot of damage here. Clicking Stinky into the Circus this time, preventing the thing that's in the front row from attacking. I like that play a lot. We could see Exert here.
Is still a problem to be reckoned with, but that's clearly something they can manage a little later. Right now, they probably just want to get some damage on the board.
Ooh, Apostle not quite low enough to drain itself with Exert, so definitely not worth clicking, and it's going to be hard to keep that thing around. Although that said, we could see the dugout torch pass into it later now, rather than the Mystic seeing as the Mystic.
They do go for the Exert.
Interesting. I mean, yeah,
guess
that
it
does
makes
mean
sense.
it gets to stay on the field another turn. I mean, it can just go to the front here.
Ooh, the Raw Fury.
Oh, but
the Raw Fury.
We keep forgetting. We always forget.
You gotta watch out. You gotta watch out. It is not cooked. It is going to cook you instead. I wonder if they are going to go for the Raw Fury, if they're just going to go for the Scream into someone else. It's looking like Mystic is primed.
Mabel thinking about the Scream. If she hits
Mystic
Scream,
is primed to come back up and start a heat wave if it really wanted to. But yep,
we
it's
see the
going
Raw
for the Raw
Fury.
Fury.
It is the Mystic coming in, so I expect we'll see a Hex probably into the Circus here, and that's going to give Cavalo a lot of momentum going into the later stages of this game.
Honestly, into Fruit Folks, because as you can see, Fruit Folks is really a considerable problem at this stage.
The Fruit Folks, I think, is easier to switch out, though. It doesn't have any boosts at the moment.
No,
and it's on
not at the
43.
moment.
We're seeing it tag out here, actually. And the Hex does go into the Fruit Folks. A fantastic read by Mabel, allowing this Hopra to come in. Rally, this Hopper does not have drum. We've seen a lot of Hoppers today. Rally likely to be clicked here into a Super Commit or Tornado Ball, doing a fantastic amount of damage as we probably see the dugout come in.
Platypus doesn't have a lot to do when there's no mind attacks in the equation, but it clearly does want to support its allies, and it was huge difference in the last game, so I'm wondering if and when it will come back in.
Lay traps, never something to be ignored. We see the Imposter forced back onto the field. So a torch pass might not actually be the best idea because this dugout is still at 100 stamina, but with that said, I mean, there's a Circus in the front row on the field. That thing's going to do a whole lot of damage to the dugout if it stays on the field. And so you have to...
Interesting. It's clearing the sweaty on our grit animal.
I mean, hey, if it allows another Hex to get off right away, that would make sense. It chanted the Mystic is what happened.
You're right.
Sweaty still very much on the Imposter.
Yes, very much still in the Imposter, and it's... Oh my goodness, I was expecting a cut shot. It looks like Hopper is simply going to hit.
Well, it's worth noting that Super Commit does knock out this Mystic if it tags in, and I'm not sure Contest did.
It's very unclear.
We see the Stinky into Hopra, causing the free ball serve here. Now Mystic can come in for free and get a Hex off. Heads up play, but it does mean sacrificing the last point you can sacrifice in this game. So Cavalo once again down 0-2. We'll see if he can pull this one back as well. But Mabel in a strong position with a Noizard that can still take a hit or two, I think. Hard to see its stamina from behind the big frog.
I'm wondering if Boom Tort Anchor is to play.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, a Boom into... We do see the Platypus, though. So two traps... All the traps getting set up here, meaning the Fruit Folks is next to useless. The Noizard is not going to be able to take hits anywhere near as well.
Where Mabel is standing, it looked like they were in a prime position to Hex Hopra and switch into either of their redirectors. But Boom could easily subvert that by making it impossible to not self-wipe.
It's also very worth noting that Mabel has no way to clear these traps off the field now that they're up.
No, they have to clear them
With that said, the Hopra here gonna do a lot of damage if that Fetch'em comes in.
Yeah.
Or the Noizard setting up Rally. We do see the Fetch'em first.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. It's on a slightly lower stamina, so they wanted to clear some traps ahead of time. The question is, will that be a problem? Oh my goodness. Will there be a problem if Mystic comes back in first and they do not target into it? Mabel is once again poised to take this game with the slightest wrong move. The question is, who makes the wrong move?
I'm not sure any move is wrong so much as any read is more correct. But yeah, we see the Tort Anchor come in. heads up play means that nothing was going down to this super commit. But with that said, Cavalo isn't going to be able to do much damage here. So this Hopper is going to be able to stay in the front row and launch another massive super commit. Provoking the Fetch'em, preventing another Faith makes sense. With that said, it does get an easy receive, so it could click Spitball if it wants to, but I highly doubt it does with this Platypulse on the field. And the ability of this Hopper to do just so much damage.
No, Hopra won't be able to take a knockout without an extra Faith, and it's going to take a little extra damage too, and with Tortanker has the Provoke, correct? If Tortanker stays on the field, there's every chance they will not be able to... There's every chance that they will stop it from shielding.
The Noizard can potentially come in next turn and set up Rally.
True.
If, and only if, Cavalo isn't able to get an attacker which can knock it out to the front row after those 3 layers, 24 damage and traps, and we see...
Mabel saw what I did, preventing both Faith and Provoke.
Yup, and the Noizard will survive even a front row grit here, unless, wait, the Tortanker has Faith, but no, he got Spitballed.
He got Spitballed.
Fantastic play, Spitball showing its value here. We actually just see a block.
Interesting.
Allowing Hopper to take yet another attack. Like, get yet another attack off. Mabel very much able to click Faith here. With that said, the Apostle is tough.
The Apostle is tough. It will not be able to... Ooh, I'm curious what would happen if they Tornado Ball into Tortanker here. It would
force the Mystic onto the field, and I think Hopper would probably just get Hexed. Which puts you in a very rough position if you're Mabel. With that said, Surgus back up on the bench. Noizard able to tag in at the moment. Will not go down to this grit, taking 53 damage in the back row after 24 damage of traps. Is only 77. Not
Toto,
81.
we're not in Kansas anymore.
We see a block coming out into the Hopra. Allows the Tortanker to take another one of those.
Unfortunately, this does mean that, if I'm not mistaken, this does open up the... Yeah, a Faith Provoke, and will not be able... Noizard will not survive after Trap.
Oh, because Faith is there. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah, like, again, the Platypulse does so little raw damage, but it's
we see
making
a
such
shield
a huge
into the
difference.
Hopra, and it's the right call. But the Provoke comes out. So we'll see either the Fruit Bolts come in here or the Circus. Looks like Mabel's thinking Circus. That is going to allow a cut shot from the front row here, which is very threatening after a Faith. Contest also an option. We'll see how much damage that does, but it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, Cut Shot does win the game.
Yeah, I think the only loss at this point is making the wrong call, contest into the wrong person. Okay,
Yep, Cut Shot there takes the game.
Yeah, Apostle fights valiantly. We are going to game 3.
We see Mabel, again, first-time tournament player, winning the game here. Putting this series to 1-1. Winner goes on to semifinals of Top Cut of this Heatwave number 5. Last game right here. Mabel will be serving for the first time this match. I don't know if we've really seen Mabel serve on stream at all so far today. I'll be interested to see.
I think she served earlier, but I'm not certain myself.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see.
The scrimmage has been given a bath. It has not helped.
Bats do have a habit of having water in them.
The beast is still soggy. Important news for all your sports fans. The animal is being given a bath as we speak.
All right, we do see the Fruitfolk serving with Scream here. Heatwave on the counter serve. Undoubtedly gonna be a thorn in Mabel's
if you don't
side.
click Heat Wave, what do you...
I mean,
the classic
you don't think of
Heat
clicking
Wave
anything
X-Grip.
other than Heat Wave here.
You click end turn, end turn, that's just a mind game at that point. A little bit of stream hiccup, I think that's on my end.
I believe it was Mabel's, but we're good. We're back. We see the Scream going out into the Mystic
Scream is
here, which
alive.
is going to be able to hex this off immediately.
A very interesting choice, I guess, guaranteeing that Mystic has to get off the field after this turn.
Which it was likely going to do anyway. We will see what the play is here. This dugout now does have a boosted grit for...
Yeah, the dugout finally
A
in
whole lot more
position to do what
damage.
it wants.
Yep, we see the Fruit Bulks tag out. Good heads-up play by Mabel, protecting... Or... correctly predicting. There we go.
Yeah.
Did a little bit of word moshing there. We see the Hopper come in for the Fruit Bulks, which just got hexed.
Which is we're doing Frog doing big numbers on the board.
Yep. As per usual. This Mystic likely to tag out here.
Frankly,
as it is noisy.
crazy if it does not.
Yeah, I mean, well, we've seen Cavalo almost bring it back from a second 2-point deficit after coming back in the first game.
Bringing
With
in
that C.
Opossum with that Tornado Ball. Interesting choice, makes sense, wants to get that powered up grit off the field. Interestingly, they might be able to take out Toto this turn if they play their cards right. I'm not sure what Mabel is going to do in response, because both Boom and Grit plus Faith are a risk here.
We see Hopra move to the
There we
back
go,
row.
predicted
Fantastic
correctly.
play, allowing another turn of value out of this Fetch'em before it goes down to Sweat. And that does mean it'll be coming back up sometime in the late mid-game to continue boosting stuff up. And I mean, here's a massive super commit, which won't knock out anything on the field, but is going to do a huge chunk of damage.
Committing so hard they are on the altar. Yeah. Honestly, Tornado Ball wouldn't be the worst play here, too, because it's obviously going to get a knockout if they tag in Platypus in the wrong position. But I'm wondering what the value of Tornado Ball would be here in comparison. A stink.
We see the Tornado Ball go out into the Opossum, forcing it off the field before it can set up that grit. And now Cavalo's in this situation again where he's able to get some damage off and able to set some traps up, which is super useful, but not threatening immediate damage against what's on the field, and that Circus does come in here.
No, like, this is the combination Cavalo does not want on the field. Oh man. Surge's going for the gold, going for the big sideways hit. And if I'm not mistaken, they don't have any sideways, so going to the front lane is only a matter of damage rather than just positioning.
Yeah, and I mean, it allows double block to be clicked, which is going to be pretty fantastic with his two beasties that aren't super low health at the moment, if I'm not incorrect. The Hopra, not super high, but again, these two beasties that are on the field right now aren't going to do all that much damage. We do see the Mystic come back in, likely to click Dispel Hex here. But that
Dispel
said,
Hex is a very interesting one.
Yeah, but that said, the Fruit Bulks is about to no longer be tired, so it could just come in here.
Yep. Yeah, Mama coming back online. Noiser is also fully healthy in the back, and I think most importantly for Mabel, there's no traps up. There's only one trap
after
up,
this
and
Fruit Bulks comes
no
in,
wall of hell.
doesn't get the correct prediction on who was going to get hit by that boom, but the Fruit Bulks...
But they do get a protector boost.
Yeah, sorry, I meant the Hex, who was going to get hexed. But the protector boost does come on, does correctly guess who's going to get hit by the boom. So a massive Scream coming out here, going to do a whole lot of damage.
You get going to the back, presumably taking out next turn. Now, who is going to take this big ol' smack to the face?
My guess is, judging by the fact it doesn't... Yeah, it's gonna be the Imposter there. If it clicks Exert here, it will go down to that, which is certainly something worth considering if you want it to...
There's pros and cons to that.
Yeah, definitely a play that has its upsides and downsides. They could also do that,
and then they could also torch pass. They could also just attack this turn and torch pass.
Torch pass later with Dugout. Yes, indeed. We see the Noizard coming in, though, and that's going to set up Rally and get Purple's another boost. We just see the Grit. The unboosted Grit coming off and doing a decent chunk of damage once it gets the Faith boost. But this Scream is going to hurt.
Yeah, there's no tough to save them. They might be planning on another stinky maneuver. I wonder if they're going to. I wonder if Mabel would provoke that rather than set up a rally for next time.
I would not be too surprised.
Because Stinky when you're on an incoming point. Oh, she's thinking it. She's thinking it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are thinking.
She does go for the provoke. There we are.
I think that was the right call. Let's see what Cavalo does next.
Yep, and I mean a switch is incredibly punishing here for Cavalo. We see the reposition into the platypus for the Tort Anchor. The correct switch there, letting the Imposter come back up sooner. This Dugout could now also tag in and start dishing out some massive grits for at least one turn. Especially if Mabel hits into it here, because that would allow the Platypulse to click set. Mabel eyeing hitting the Platypulse, though, and that is the move she clicks. With that said, though, the Tort Anchor comes back in, so gonna get up some more passive damage with that Quake.
Yeah. Again, this is the little to no damage team. The only combo that would be harder to make work is Mystic, which straight up can't attack. Setting up the lay trap. I think Cavalo has correctly identified the value they've gotten out of lay trap, and absolutely can and should be taking advantage of that. So just in the serve slot is interesting because if they win a point, they'll have to deal with a free ball serve.
Yeah, with that said, Mabel definitely
ultimately might not matter.
Mabel very much realizing the value she's gotten out of Cut Shot and thinking, maybe I'll just tag it in here.
Oof. All right, that is officially Fru Folks needs to step down. The good news is that Watchtower is back online. Yeah, Mabel's bench is in dire straits.
Is certainly looking rough, but that said, this Noizard could come in and enable that Surgus to start doing some damage. With that said, we see the Fetch'em coming in here.
Interesting. They choose to switch out. Interesting. They choose to switch out Surgus first to change their server position.
And I believe that looks like 2 layers of traps, so that Surgus can actually come in and get a massive attack off here. Oh wait, it can't because there will be Quake.
We're dealing with a boom.
We're dealing with a boom serve. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So I don't even think that Hopra will survive. Yeah, we're seeing Mabel looking at tagging in the Noizard, the only real available option there that won't immediately cause one of her beasties to get drained.
Yeah, Boom is not a wildly popular move to my knowledge, but it is very effective in its use in this matchup.
I've definitely seen it used quite a bit on Tort Anchor specifically. It's one of the best utility moves Tort Anchor has, like when you want to attack with it and set up Shanty and not really try and do damage, it's certainly a good option.
Yeah. And this also looks like, just to me, this looks like a great opportunity for Mystic to come back on the field and screw over Toto. Ooh, interesting. The neural net. Mabel's team is not over yet, but Mabel's team is looking pretty rough. Toto will not be able to take a front lane attack, I don't think. Yeah, no.
Looks
Sorry,
like
we are observing. You should envision us with these sort of anime glasses glare, fingers tented, looking at the screen.
yes. We do see the fetch him go down here.
Alas,
Cavalo
poor Toto.
up 2 to 1.
I think that'll be it.
The first time this set. This Noizard can tag in here and does
Noizard
take that successfully.
Will enable them. It's what else can they do in time?
Yeah.
Yeah, Thor just has to move up front if they want to do anything, and it's looking like they will not be able to knock out anybody just yet. They haven't been able to get enough
Neither
damage
of these
onto their
beasties
attackers.
will even fall down to the contest. So this does look like it is Cavalo's game to win here.
Very close set.
A very close set indeed. Always good to see an offensive team take on a control team and just see whether the raw damage can break through or if the control team
absolutely
can pull through.
bonkers. Well played, players.
So that is a win to Cavalo, who is moving on to the semifinals of this heat wave.
Excellent plays.
A huge congratulations, though, of course, to Mabel, who is top cutting, I believe, her first tournament, which is super exciting.
Mabel.
We love to see new
Learned a
players in
lot.
the scene. If you want to join the scene, head over to the Wishes Unlimited Discord.
Do we have any sort of chat command or ability to
I
post
do
it,
not
or
have
should
a
I
chat
just put
command
a
for the
link in?
Wishes server. I probably should, though. With that said, I believe it is discord.gg/wishesULTD, if I am not mistaken.
I can also put a temporary link in chat for now.
Yes, you are able to do that. That will work. So, we will be back in a little bit with coverage of the semifinals. We'll have news on who is going to be playing on that shortly. Until then, I do have a little bit of other fantastic news, which is the scrimmage is taking a bath. We'll see you in a few minutes. All right, everyone, welcome back to our coverage of Heatwave. We have the semifinals coming up with two players that certainly need no introduction to anyone who is at all familiar with Beastieball PvP, but just in case anyone here isn't, we have Dino and ArtemTotem, who are probably the two most decorated players in terms of number of tournament wins. They're number 1 and 2 in the rankings that are associated with these tournaments. Both fantastic, incredibly seasoned players. Robin, are you excited? Because I'm excited.
I am very excited. ArtemTotem and Dino are some of the oldest names in the Beastieball PvP. I was just reminiscing on the very first tournament we had. ArtemTotem was part of the playtest tournament before official early access release, and Dino was a sort of a lightning storm coming in for the first tournament after EA release. So it is very exciting to see them coming together.
Always good to see these two just absolute titans duke it out here. We won't keep you all waiting. We have Dino running just a whole bunch of very self-sufficient beasties here. Schloom, obviously, incredibly good attacker, provoke, torch pass, sneak attack here. Platypulse with the numbshot set, lay trap, a very common set these days with how good neural net has been. Ymith here, something Dino's been showing off a lot in Draft League, and reusing here. Overpower, menace, and patience with majesty. Lunoptera with dreadful wrist, muscle memory, and a second torch pass. And then Hopra with super commit, drum, tornado ball. Classic Hopra set. Drum, super helpful at keeping this team healthy. ArtemTotem on the other side. Armantis, sneak attack, ricochet, provoke, the classic. Crowing Garud.
Classic, the bread and butter.
Or no, a Mischief Garud with deep breath instead. Spitball Nettle, still the classics. Crabberay with counter and contest. And Steel. I love seeing contest Crabberay. It's something I've wanted to see more of, to see if it'll work. Clearly, it's working quite well.
Not getting enough play, in my opinion, but now we're...
I mean, hey, we see it on ArtemTotem's side with the Spirit moves, which is by far its less used attacking type. Also here with an Albrax, the Menace, you know them, you hate them, Freeze Ray, Provoke, Shield, staying on field as long as it can, forcing your team to play around its Tractor Beam, and then a Waddle with Tornado Ball, Clear Field, Quick Set. So going to be able to negate that Drum or that Dreadful Mist from Dino's side. We see 2 Tornado Balls on the first 2 turns. A fascinating start here. The Garud comes in the front, named very appropriately Nettle. That said, I won't be doing it this turn.
I was going to say, I also appreciate Skunk Hands. What more do you need?
Very true, very true. I mean, it does have the same effect as clicking Stinky, but does it with its hands. It's fairly accurate. But yeah, Armantis looking to click sneak attack here. Gets it to the front row. They
always are. Now we have a double block opportunity.
Yep, but we see a set
we have
Hopra.
The same set and lay trap with, my goodness.
With that said, it's gonna absolutely chunk something even through the double block here. With that said, if it is the Garud that's hit, it can just click Deep Breath twice and shrug off all of that damage.
That is true. True, and double block should be able to allow them to survive. Amazing as it sounds.
Yeah, having the incoming damage is...
survive a super commit.
With that said, double blocking does mean there are 2 mind attackers on the field unless Tornado Ball is clicked, so we're gonna see that crab.
Wow, look at that. Very interesting play. Now we have a front lane crab array.
I expect we're seeing a double provoke into the contest here.
I would not be surprised.
I don't know if I've ever seen a crab actually click contest.
Yeah, we're also looking at Platypulse, so Ricochet is not as high value here as it usually is.
Especially because the Armantis wasn't just hit. But yeah, we see the Hopper get monster blocked.
Ymith is also Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. Yamith is a good opportunity to knock down this contest peg.
Yeah.
Still very frightening, don't get me wrong. 44
damage into Hopra is still a lot from a, not the highest spirit attacker. Crab's spirit attack obviously hitting 125, nothing to scoff at, but not as high as some of the rally users we've been seeing on this field throughout the day today.
I gotta say, targeting into Armantis might just stay on the field for a very long time, because hitting it with anything that isn't a guaranteed knockout is quite frightening.
Well, you just tag in the platypulse in the back, but it still takes a lot of damage. We see the Waddle come in, able to click Quickset into this Armantis and clear field, healing up that Garud in the back as well as itself. With that said, we do see the platypulse tagging right back in here, and it's gonna set into the Hopra and set up some more traps potentially. Nope, we see the drum.
Crazy.
But yeah, I mean, another double block here. Nothing's gonna go down. That Waddle, despite having a defense boost, is gonna take even less damage here.
Take a pretty chunky hit. Once again, Hopra has been shook. It has been made stank.
Yep. With that said, we could see another double provoke into a tornado ball here.
Yeah, and alternatively, they could quick set again.
Indeed.
If they're banking on Platypulse getting out of the way, but I don't think they can.
With that said,
just look at the difference in damage that does. No wonder Platypulse has been so maligned by many mind attackers.
Yep. With that said, though, I would not be too surprised to see the Platypulse switch out. It doesn't, but this Platypulse is going to be incredibly valuable for Dino. You'll notice continuing to set up the drum just so that it can get some healing off. But Arctech does have 3 mind attackers on his team, and so all of those will be very much shut down by this Platypulse, which has max mind defense investment.
Once again, a double block. I was half expecting Crabberay to come in this time.
But the Waddle is still sticking on the field, able to click clear field again if it wants to. Hopra thinking about blocking here.
Yeah.
We see a provoke this time, double provoke, and it's a tornado ball this time.
Tornado ball, like you said.
Going into the Hopra and forcing in that Lunoptera in the front row. With that said, Muscle Memory gonna do a whole chunk of damage to anything here, and that Waddle cannot stay on the field any longer.
Yeah, no, they would have to make a huge psych out play, hitting into Ricochet for whatever reason. Interesting. They're getting rid of the opportunities.
Dino wants Dread on the field.
They're getting rid of opportunities for Jazz, but instead they do have a very frightening Crabberay in the front lane with a counter and a contest.
Yep,
They could absolutely provoke Lunaptera to prevent a block, but that won't save them from Yamith once again coming out purely to reduce spirit damage.
Yep, we see a provoke into the Lunoptera and a massive counter. Not as much damage as the contest looked like it was doing, which is interesting. Or maybe I was just reading things wrong.
I was expecting Shloom to hop in, but I don't remember the calculations there. Ooh, are we seeing Yamith come into the front lane, or are we going to see the bunny make a move? Interesting. This is a survivor Lunaptera in a state where none of its allies are wiped, so it doesn't have a whole lot to do right this second.
Yeah, I'm guessing Dino was hoping to get a torch pass off, but Dread is useful. It's a lot of passive damage. We see the double block into the Yamith while the Lunoptera attacks, so that crab is going to be drained.
Crab will not last another turn, but it will have a big impact. Okay, yeah, no, counter was definitely the better damage.
I was very likely just misreading.
Makes sense. It happens. Listen, we're commentators, not math majors.
Right.
Crab is
Dino thinking real hard about that
well
one.
considering the circumstances.
Tagging out into Hopra, letting the Lunoptera stay in the back on pretty low health. This Hopra also in a rough spot now.
This is Rumpus rather than High Spirits, so we're not seeing anything extra, but it looks like they're finally going to go for, oh boy.
And gets the KO onto the
Waddle
Armantis.
as a sacrifice.
Picks the right moment, and this will be a KO onto the Waddle as well, assuming it doesn't tag out here. And it doesn't, so that's...
Oh, the poor thing.
Suddenly 2-0 to Dino, and Arctech's bench is not healthy. And there's a Spirit Attacker on the field that's going to be blowing up this Garud.
Oh no,
and the Tornado Ball.
I didn't even think of that. That is brutal.
Yup, so... Arctech in an incredibly rough position here. That Hopra does have to get off the field. Or, well, it can't. But it is going to go down to Dread here. With that said, though, the Platypulse is going to set up tons of traps, so anything coming in will be taking a lot of damage. Arctech's in a really rough spot here, and it's going to be real hard for him to claw this game back. Dino's passive damage...
Dread is worn off, but the trap is on the field. The good news for Arctech is that Mantis is now back online. And as you said, we could absolutely see a double deep breath from our little mischievous creature here.
That is exactly what comes out. With that said, the Spitball going into Platypulse here, preventing a set, but this Yamith is going to be able to walk forward and click overpower if it likes. And that is exactly what Dino is doing. It'll be able to follow that up with a Patience as well, shoring up its defenses, assuming Arctech doesn't provoke it. We see a Nettle into the Platypulse. 2 more Nettles does knock that thing out, which may be what Arctech is considering here. Or at least definitely trying to threaten Dino with. Dino reading into it. It is what Arctech goes for, so that Shloom does come in. Takes a single damage from the free ball. And gets a provoke off.
They also have a torch pass, too. Oh, this is brutal.
Yup. Dino putting on a Beastieball clinic, showing why he is considered the greatest player in the scene by so many.
Yeah, gosh.
With that
now
said,
it's a question of we're getting...
Arctech's bench looking a lot healthier now.
They have managed to outlast the villainy.
We see Patience being clicked here, and Sneak Attack coming out from the Armantis, which is probably going to have to switch out here. Most likely into the Waddle. Again, Waddle getting that front row defense bonus from its trait Shy.
Alternatively, now that there's enough traps down, no, they can't tag into it with this. They have to keep the trap in mind, so they can't tag into Crabberay safely.
Yep, it needs to be Waddle here. Clearfield will get the traps off the field, though. Always worth noting. And Dino's bench, actually, also in a really rough spot. So, I mean...
There's still a chance. It's just a very slim one right now.
Yeah, I mean, his beasties on the field aren't taking that much from this Spitball. But Arctech almost certainly needs to click a Clearfield here in order to let that Crab tag into anything.
I was going for a Menace here. That is interesting. Still not enough. Ooh.
Doesn't save it from the Nettle Spitball.
And Tornado Ball is also not going to save them.
Yeah, we see the same situation that Arctech was in a few turns ago, where you get Tornado Balled into a wiped Beastie. With that said, Dino able to double provoke here, and the Hopra is back, so not as on the ropes as it might seem. But this Crab is going to be able to click Steel into contest and do a whole chunk of damage to something here.
And while they can't do it, and while Garud can't do anything fancy this turn, it's still got plenty of opportunities. Shloom does still have Torch Pass in its book, so it will be able to do something unless
unless the Garud provokes it.
Right? Well, no, Garud does not have it. It has Nettle and Deep Breath.
Right, Deep Breath. Yes, I am remembering now.
No, but it does have Spitball, so Spitball could do something if they really wanted it to.
Can't prevent a Torch Pass, though. So we
No,
see
not
the
the-
we
not really.
see the steal. We see a volley into a spitball. Very interesting.
Ooh.
Hitting the Hopra, preventing drums from being set up. So Schloom
Also
can
prevents
click
Hopper from
provoke
moving
and sneak
forward
attack
so it
here if
can't
it
knock out
wants.
this Crab. Crab is notoriously bad at spirit defense, but
That
this is
is
just enough.
likely what ArcTech was actually going for there. You're absolutely right. We
Tornado
see the
ball.
tornado ball. That's going to force the Waddle in the back row, not where Waddle wants to be, but I mean, it can tag out again for something else. With that said, ArcTech's bench once again looking in a very rough spot. If he can't force the Hopper off the field this turn, I think it might be over because I don't think any of those can take a spirit attack.
I see one way Dino could take this as Torch Pass into Platypulse in an attempt to... Yeah, exactly, in an attempt to keep the bench healthy enough that they can do something this turn.
Yeah, and I mean, setting up traps here is certainly threatening. Oh,
The
but we see the
set,
set into the Hopra. It won't knock
that's
out
it.
the Crab. If the Crab blocks, which would be a wild play from ArcTech in this position, it won't go down. But no.
Oh,
Dino takes
Crab was
game one
not ready.
in pretty dominating fashion. Definitely were some points where it seemed like ArcTech could maybe get back out, but Dino with the
brutal.
massive early lead was able to walk away with it. Heading straight into game two. We do
no
see
hesitation.
no
wait.
hesitation. These players are seasoned. They know what they're doing. Dino serving right away with the
Something at the
Schloom.
bit.
Clicking sneak attack. ArcTech's counterserve here, not something we've seen yet on stream today, so it'll likely be probably just walking up with something. The question is what?
We must once again ask the age-old question: did he just walk up an F smash?
That is what our Mantis tends to do. What would you say Waddle walks up and does? Because it certainly doesn't F smash.
Waddle walks up, sneezes
what's the
so cutely,
supportive
and then
move?
blows you up.
Something like that. Waddle
You know
walks
when a
up
little dog
slowly,
starts
and then you
sneezing?
react to it, and its doubles partner F smashes.
Exactly. It's like that Princess Peach parry where she just pulls out a toad to spit at you, but it's
Pretty much.
it's Mantis Ricochet with Waddle.
Oh, we see that Nettle counterserve into the Platypulse.
A Nettle.
Very silly. I like it. Dino tagging in the Hopra here because it is absolutely safe from all
Nettle?
these mind moves,
Are you
but we
living up
just
to your
see
name?
another Nettle into the Platypulse. ArcTech giving this Spoonbill no quarter at all. With that said, Hopra's in the front row now, setting up drums and doing a whole lot of damage with a super commit. Not enough to force Garud off the field, though.
Our Mantis, if it tries to go for the front lane this turn.
I highly doubt it will.
instead it's going-
Yep, we
instead it's
see
going for-
another Nettle.
Dino wants this platypus dead.
ArcTech wants it dead.
ArcTech, excuse
Dino
me.
very much wants it alive.
Yes, pardon me. This is such a showdown.
Yep. Worth noting, the double Nettle free ball would not quite be enough to knock out the Platypulse. It would survive
No.
on one. Dino reading into that. Blocking the Armantis here, but we see a provoke and a Nettle instead. Fascinating.
Poor man's spitball.
Yeah, I mean, forcing the Platypulse to not click set this turn, so again, that super commit won't knock something out here.
Yeah, although Garud absolutely needs to get out.
Or it can just Nettle the Platypulse again, giving up a point.
Nettle living up to his name, going full on into, I am beating down this Spoonbill until it stops. I don't care if I don't get the last hit, I want him down.
We see Crabberay come in, and it tractor beams the Platypulse. A fantastic play from ArcTech. Recognizing that Tornado Ball was the likely click here, and this should be able to knock out the Platy, if I'm not mistaken. Nope, not enough.
Not
Oh,
enough. That is
I was
insane.
misreading who received the ball there. If the Albrechts had been able to walk forward, it could have taken the KO. Worth noting, this Armantis, despite having sneak attack and ricochet, actually doesn't have any mind power investment, if I am looking at the image correctly. It may have 10, actually. But a very defensively invested Armantis, which is super interesting. Which explains why it was not able to take the KO there, and this Hopra is going to continue just chunking Arctech's team until he can do something about it.
Oh, just the not even super commit, just the tornado ball. Am I misreading that? Okay, I was misreading that.
Yeah, this
now we have a
we have a ricochet active, but
we do have a ricochet, and it won't be enough.
It won't be enough. Does the Albrechts get the KO is another interesting question if it walks forward and freeze rays.
Is it the question is, will Dino read that and block Albrechts?
We see Provoke ricochet into the Hopra, and again, it's not getting the KO here, and Drum and Rumpus just keeping this Platypulse super healthy. It's going to be back up to 30 again next turn.
Has lived through so much more.
I may also have been misreading the freeze ray damage. I'm not sure. Dino, of course, mousing through things incredibly quickly, and he's the one playing, so he knows what he's looking at.
Dino was very smooth with it.
Yeah, we see a block into the Platypulse there. Albrecht's able to stay on the field, but the Platypulse can tag out now if it wants to. With that said, again, it finds itself with no reason to. It can live all these hits.
Absolutely nutty.
With that said, Dino might here consider tagging out into that Shloom or that Lunoptera, and it looks like that's what he's going to do, so that he can potentially Torque Pass.
Very good. Finally getting a big chunk into Hopra.
Yeah, Hopra finally susceptible to a mind move after having its best friend Platypulse next to it all game. With that said, Shloom able to click sneak attack here, get itself to the front row. We see the Waddle come up to the front. Albrechts is provoked, however, so the Torque Pass comes out into the Platypulse and gets it right back up to full, erasing all of that progress Arctech made in the early game.
Unreal.
51 damage, quite a lot, though.
And even before they've set up Drum, Rumpus is making sure they will be able to stay on the board. This is nasty.
Yep, that super commit, though, not knocking out
Albrechts.
Albrechts surviving with its very high spirit defense, able to take that easily. We could see either a double clear field or a provoke here. Looks like a double block into the Albrechts. We will see what Arctech decides to go for.
Good for one clear field. Are we going to go for Tornado Ball or what?
We see a Tornado Ball.
It looks like they are, in fact, going for the Tornado Ball, presumably into Platypulse.
Because, again, that Hopra, after using Super Commit, is nervous, so it won't be able to be tagged out. So that double block, the block will linger on the Albrechts a little bit. So it'll still be blocked next turn, which is noteworthy.
And also, these two can now double block. The question is, will they get it? They guess correctly who's taking the big swing.
Indeed. But the Albrechts, it has shield.
The Albrecht shield, I almost completely forgot. I was so focused on the block place.
We haven't seen it clicked yet. Because Dino's just been putting on a clinic. But there we go.
They can quick set right. They could quick set right now, and I don't think. And even if Platypulse survives that, they will still be able to. They'll still do a decent chunk, and Shloom will take maybe a little bit too long to come back from that. Oh, but the menace, the double block, the math.
I think double block probably doesn't save this Hopra if it's Jazz. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So Dino's bench suddenly not looking fantastic. With that said, there is the Lunoptera who's able to Torque Pass. And the Shloom will be back up eventually. Lunoptera gonna be forced onto the field by this Tornado Ball, almost certainly. Dino likely to tag in the Platypulse here.
Waiting for the very last second just to piece it together. Interesting, interesting.
So we could see some traps set up here, but it's worth noting that Waddle is on the field and almost certainly not going to go anywhere. So setting up traps might not be all that useful, but we do see the Dread set up. That passive damage is going to do a very good job of chipping down Arctech's team. Dino's team, of course, with Drum on the fields, not going to take as much damage.
Especially when they get Rumpus back in a couple turns.
Yeah, very good at mitigating the passive damage.
Looks like, oh boy.
With that said,
this
a massive counter.
Spirit attackers want to be. Going directly for the counter into Platypulse. They want this thing dead. And tragically...
The Ymith comes in, weakening the Crab Array. This is a really bad matchup for this particular crab set. I'm sure Arctech in this moment is surely wishing that he had a body crab, but it did get him this far. With that said, attack into the Waddle here.
Interesting.
Quick set into this Spitball is going to mean it's going to do a lot of damage to that Lunoptera if the Lunoptera stays there.
Yeah. I wonder if there's any reason to quick set here if they want Nettle to stay in the back lane.
That's a good question.
Oh boy,
but with that said, I think Clearfield is likely here. Dread unfortunately does prevent the Jazzed though, so this Platypulse is not taking much damage, and that Ymith able to walk forward and click Overpower now and do a whole bunch of damage to something.
Ooh.
Looking to chunk the
Overpower
here,
it's so simple, but when it works, it works.
Predicting that the Waddle's going to switch out here, aiming for the Garude.
Ooh.
So that's a lot of damage. This crab, though, with its Spirit Attack reset, going to do more damage, at least with that contest. Ymith's low Mind Defense, of course, being protected by the Platypulse next door. We see the Nettle into the Platypulse, though. Double block into the Crab Array. Will that be enough?
Not even the contest. Interesting.
Oh,
and he's still here!
I mean, the thing is, with that Platypulse, its Mind Defense is so high at 155 that I think Counter just does more damage to it, even raw. But Arctech losing the match there... Brutal. And I barely even had time to call it because I was still explaining what had just happened. But the crab going down and the Waddle stuck in the back row after the point ended. 2-0 to Dino, moving on to the finals. Congratulations to him. Of course, congratulations to Arctech for making it to quarterfinals or semifinals even. Such a cool team. Sad we didn't get to see more of it today, but I'm glad we got to feature it here at least. Unfortunately, this was just such a rough matchup between the Mind Attackers getting just shut down by the Platypulse and the Lone Spirit Attackers getting shut down by the Ymith. Dino had basically every answer to this team that Arctech brought. So good games to both players. We will certainly be moving on to finals sometime soon. Don't go anywhere. Yo, Buster, if you're watching, Robin has requested Squimmage wrapped up in a towel. I have fantastic news, everyone. Squimmage is getting dried off.
Okay. Hi, just wanted to shout out Buster Ball first for drawing Squimmage unprompted by the sheer power of how crazy that match was, and then heeding our cries for more. It was powerful and wonderful.
Truly one of the storylines of this heatwave. Stick with us. I forgot to change the up next to say finals, but I can do that now. We hopefully don't have that much longer. We are just waiting on the results of the other semifinal, which is WebBowser versus Cavalo. Two players who are, you know, a little, I believe a little relatively newer to the scene on both of their parts, at least compared to Dino and Arctech, who are very seasoned veterans. Unfortunately, don't have a stream to bring you of that side, but we will let you know the result when it comes in. Stay tuned. All right, everyone. It's all been leading up to this. We have, in just a moment, the finals of Heatwave 5. We have, from one side of the bracket, a fairly new player, Cavalo. Hasn't been around as long, has, certainly got some wins under his belt, but has made it to finals here and is going to be facing off against the colloquial final boss of Beastieball PvP, that of course being Dino. You've seen both of their teams already on stream if you've been around, but in case you haven't, Dino, we have a 3 types offense team supported very heavily by Platypulse, Shloom with Sneak Attack, Yamith with Overpower, Lunopter with Muscle Memory and Torch Pass, and a Hopper with Super Commit and Tornado Ball. On Cavalo's side, a sweaty team with Grit Dugout next to Heatwave, Dispel, Hex, Mystic. We watched this team put on a bit of a clinic in the quarterfinals. Exert, Grit, Apostle, Faith, Provoke, Boom, Tordanker, and another Platypulse. No matter who wins today, Platypulse is winning.
Platypulse will be a champion today. This is much like past tournaments where Gremlin or similar would dominate and be on both the finalist teams.
Yes. Chat pointing out, Cavalo has not lost yet this tournament. Dino did lose in Swiss round 2 to Skarm, but did make it back. So Cavalo, the last undefeated player in the tournament, we'll see whether Dino can end that streak or if Cavalo can hold on to the very end. We have a best of 3 match coming up for you between these 2 top players. I am very excited to get into it. The matchup here is interesting. We have like that 3 types offense from Dino. I think that Hopper is going to be really key because a lot of Cavalo's beasties, again, don't have super high spirit defense. They are obviously the Dugout and Mystic having that full investment, but still going to take a lot of damage.
We're going to see Overpower and Muscle Memory factor into their choice of how they play Mystic today.
Absolutely. That said, the passive damage going to be very helpful for breaking through a lot of Dino's beasties, especially if Dino decides to set up Dread. But with that said, if the Heat Wave doesn't go off early, it might not go off at all because that Hopra has Drum on it. We will see very shortly where this goes. That Apostle Shield is going to be negated a lot by the Dread, of course, which could be a little rough sometimes. Oh no, it's Stinky. I can't read. It's a 6-letter word starting with S. And it has an I in the 3rd position. I'll give myself that one. I am looking at a very small OBS preview. Anyway, we are in Dino's perspective here, and we're pretty much ready to go. I'm very excited.
I am very excited to see how this plays out.
We're all very excited. Let's get into it.
Comment from Cavalo, we do be ballin'.
We do be ballin'.
We do, in fact.
Here we go. Finals. And I need to turn off the main brain music.
They're correct. This is basically the exact same Platypulse with much the same invest, the same plays. Gosh, you're right. That is shows how dominating this can be.
Certainly showing that the meta exists for a reason, and we've certainly figured a lot of it out with regard to our Platypulse spreads.
I'm curious how the versus will turn out with these 2.
Yeah.
Valiant Storms will be serving, so we will be they'll likely be setting up their Exert Grit.
Yeah.
The question is, what is Dino doing to begin with Platypulse on the field?
Looks like he is thinking about just tagging out, potentially. But not necessarily. does not have a defensive play that particularly makes sense to click on turn 1. So yeah, we see tag out into the llllll, which is in its own way a defensive play because it will lower the spirit attack on both of these beasties.
Very good choice.
Meaning that those grits off the Apostle are going to do a whole bunch less damage, and we're going to see some traps set up immediately. Dino just going right for it. Doesn't care about damage this turn.
The field.
Knows that if he wants to attack, it's going to be into the Platypulse. And so chooses to instead hit the Apostle. But with that said, we can just see the double lay trap come right back out and a grit into the Platypulse here. With Menace, Platypulse taking damage that looks like it's from a mind move, but no, it's from a boosted grit. Overpowered now doing a massive chunk of damage. Menace showing its power here. Dino immediately taking a point.
Yeah, Dino immediately taking a point. We're seeing the classic stinky on serve. So this means they'll get a free ball and they'll get a turn to do whatever the heck they want. But my question is, what they're going to do with it? That boom really proved itself in our past showcase of it.
With that said, if boom is clicked here, it's only going to be doing just like jazzed damage because there's no point in setting up more traps here because you already have all 4 layers up. We see the boom coming out. That Hopra is going to be real low already. Drum will help a little bit, but since it's the Rumpus user, it's still going to be below half for the next defense turn.
Now it's a question of, do they bank on Super Commit or do they go for a Tornado Ball to get that damn Platypus off the field? And if so, will Cavalo see that coming?
We see the dugout come in, takes no damage from traps, unflappable, putting in a whole lot of work. One of the few ways to mitigate that massive damage that can come off from those entry hazards.
Yeah, but managing the trap, I think, will be crucial to deciding the victor.
Indeed. I almost wonder if I'm Cavalo, do I put Tornanker in the front here? It might be a little risky, but no, we see the provoke. That makes a lot more sense. Make sure the Platypulse can't click set. Make sure the Platypulse can't click lay trap again. Now that you're down to 1 layer, you've made a whole bunch of progress in that regard. You just want this thing off the field. With that said, Hopper going to be able to chunk Cavalo's team here.
And note that Apostle is already back online with full power grit ready.
Indeed. With that said, the Ymith could, of course, just tag in.
I'm wondering if and when Mystic will make an appearance.
Probably once the Hopper's off the field.
True.
Yep, we see the dugout brought right back in. Hardy negating that last bit of trap damage as well.
Very handy.
Yep, dugout not having boosted grit here, but Apostle...
The combination of drum and rumpus makes it very difficult for Platypulse to go down to anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's good at keeping any defensive beastie up, but Platypulse especially, since it loves camping in the back row so much, at least this particular set, means that it's just like you barely want to hit into it ever because you're not making any progress when it's healing, 12 HP per turn, which is 24 HP per time you can hit it. We see the double lay trap again from Dino. Going to be a lot more damage now that the 2 beasties who will take less damage from those traps are on the field. Tornanker coming in, able to click Faith, but that Ymith does have Patience. With that said, Patience would also remove that debuff from the Apostle, so...
They do also have Provoke. They do also have Provoke going for them.
That is true. Faith into Provoke here would actually knock out the Ymith if it didn't move back or block, but I expect we'll see either a Menace or a normal block here. That said, though, Dino's looking at tagging in this Shloom. Potentially trying to get... Oh, Shloom just goes down.
Shloom goes down. I'm not down.
I suppose
good old trap math.
What that does do is it sacrifices a point early, which you don't necessarily need. And it means that the beasties that are going to be more key players in this matchup, the Hopra and the Ymith, aren't taking damage.
And Platypulse is sitting pretty.
Yeah, and I mean, Schloom will be back up in 2 turns to Torch Pass again, which is going to be super useful.
It's just a matter of what do we do against this opossum before it gets out of hand.
Yep. Dino perfectly recognizing when rhythm is going to go down and setting it right back up.
Very good, very good. Sending
off, I believe that was a tornado ball he just clicked so that he can tag out the Hopra after this. We see Stinky into the Hopra. Platypulse in, able to set up some traps here as well as launch a grit. We're going to see Lunoptera in here, potentially.
Yeah, either Lunoptera or Yamith, or Dino takes the big risk that they'll target Platypus again. Platypulse! Platypulse is a very frightening beastie. I can understand why tunnel vision is a very real possibility for either of these players.
Indeed. I mean, not hitting the Platypulse means that it can click set, so it's always a little bit risky. With that said, this muscle memory is going to still hurt even though it's not jazzed. Ooh. And that Platypulse is down. With that said, the dugout can chant it. The dugout can chant it up here to save the situation, but the Platypulse is going to be super low for the rest of the game, unless the dugout can get a torch pass to it. Which I think will be quite hard to do.
They do get a torch pass. You do get a torch pass from Lunoptera into Hopra. Hopra is back at pretty much full. They did manage to prevent set, but they did not prevent lay trap in time.
Yeah.
And Cavalo's Platypus is looking very weak. They will not be able to take anything that comes their way, and there's no redirection in mind to say
that Mystic would survive the super commit and not drop the ball, but it would then go down to dread damage. I believe that we have 3 layers of traps up right now on Cavalo's side of the field. Ooh. We see the Imposter sacked there, giving up a point in exchange for forcing that Hopra back to the back row, letting the Mystic come in a little more easily here, potentially. Dino looking to attack into the Mystic here, or the dugout. Tornado balling the Platypulse in. It's going to go down after this turn, which means that this Mystic is going to have an awful hard time clicking Hex. We see the Dispel into the Numb Shot.
Do much, nothing.
Numb Shot hitting the Platypulse, but again,
Platypulse once again down.
Platypulse able to click set now, and I think that might be the game. I don't think there's a way out of this one. I think the extra boost
after set. Oh goodness, no.
Oh, but no, there's. Hold on, we have Dread on the field.
We do have Dread on the field. You're right.
So set isn't boosted. This game isn't over. We see a Heat Wave clicked.
But alas,
Cavalo just giving it up.
Did not pay off. Frightening win from Dino, game 1.
Yes, very commanding. Nothing we haven't seen before from, potentially the best Beastieball player we currently know. But that said, Cavalo gets the chance to counter-serve here, so get that Heat Wave off immediately. Get the Dugout's grid active. Dino, considering his serving options here.
I wonder if muscle memory is the call.
Looks like he's thinking about just starting with the Ymith. That is what he goes for. Get the Majesty off without having to tag anything in, and that means he can click Menace or Patience on counter-serve if he wants to. And especially Patience, because that will... take away that overpower boost. We see the Hex into the Lunoptera. Grit doing a whole bunch of damage to it there. Rumpus is going to help it survive a bit through this sweat that's already on it. But with that said, it's out of the game for a while, and it's going to have a hard time tagging in later.
And we also are looking at Survivor, so it won't have the help of its trait until much later. Interesting. We have Buck back on the field. We have a frightening Grit dugout looking to cause trouble. And they'll be able to survive this turn, but will probably have to leave very soon if they don't want to take a hefty knockout.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a Torch Pass into the Mystic here.
Yep. Yeah, interesting they provoked Tort Anchor and not... Ooh, they go right into
Yeah, I mean,
right
Dino potentially just making a read there that the dugout wasn't going to Torch Pass. Cavalo almost certainly reading that the dugout was going to get provoked and tagging it out. But now that means, unfortunately, there's a dugout on the bench, and Cavalo's in a really rough spot already. Obviously,
Dino knows how to put on the pressure immediately.
We see an Exert coming out into the Ymith as it debuffs the Apostle.
Yeah, this is the kind of matchup where I'm scanning the whole screen thinking, what am I missing? What could happen next?
Dino fairly likely to just click an Overpower here, I think, because it will be more damage. With that said, Tornado Ball is certainly an option.
Yeah, very much an option, especially if you want to get Faith off the field already.
That said, clicking Tornado Ball right now would force the dugout back in and enable it to Torch Pass more easily, so Dino might try and avoid that for a bit longer. We will see.
Yeah, Dino really does go down to the wire when it comes to choosing attacks.
When on dudes off, you want to consider all your options. With that said, Overpower to the Tort Anchor as the Apostle walks forward, so we will see a Faith into a Provoke here. And there is going to be a massive Grit coming off. Obviously, it'll be at relatively neutral attacking stats because of the majesty of Ymith, of course, but still going to do a big chunk of damage. Dino thinking about clicking Patience here, just giving the Ymith a defensive boost. But it does get provoked, so it's going to take...
They saw that coming. They do take the hit. They do take the hit.
Big chunk, but I mean, the next time this is hit, this Ymith is going to be back up to 46, which is
that is true.
Pretty good health, honestly, especially when it can click Menace and get a double block off, potentially.
But keep in mind, there's
With that said, it did just get provoked.
now.
And there is sweat in the equation. You're absolutely right there. We see the super commit aimed at the Apostle here.
Yeah, like...
Stinky into the Hopra, giving up a point here, letting the Apostle go down and come back up sooner because it wiped rather than draining to sweat. Free ball coming out into the dugout here. I would not be surprised to see Shloom tagged in here so that Dino can provoke that Torch Pass again.
And they would have to survive. They would admittedly have to survive a turn of grit, but it's better than nothing.
With that said, we do have a Faith Grit coming out here, and it hasn't been boosted yet. It hasn't been deboosted, so it's going to do a whole chunk of damage to this Shloom in the back.
Yeesh. Nice.
But again, Shloom going to shrug off a lot of that damage, and it'll be able to prevent this Torch Pass.
Shloom is frightening.
Dino again going for the prediction that Cavalo's going to just tag out the dugout here.
Yeah, instead of trying to stop the Torch Pass, they're just stopping the Faith Provoke from this guy for one more turn. That's very interesting.
And I mean, the Torch Pass can't do that much other than bring the Apostle back up at this point in time, so I kind of get what it's going for. Yeah, and I mean, Dino gets it right again. Torch Pass not clicked.
Dino, I can't say everything that makes Dino a great player, but he gets a lot of predictions right, and it tends to be the craziest ones.
Yep, Mystic not able to click Hex here because there is Drum on Dino's side of the field. Clicking Boom here, getting Quake up, damaging the Ymith, but I mean the Torch Pass from the Shloom, just the 2 Torch Passes on Dino's side means it's really, really hard to keep his team down, and we're seeing that here. 2 nearly full health beasties on the field yet again. Yeah,
gosh, remember when Yamith was sweaty and about to pass out a minute ago? When was that? What could that possibly have been?
Yeah.
It will not be able to hit Mystic this turn. unless they went into, yeah.
Oh, we see the Apostle
So-
back up in the front, though, and Faith going to do a lot of damage here, and that Ymith can get provoked again, so this Grit is going to hurt.
Yeah. Yeah, so Dino has plenty of room to sacrifice and risk, but there's only so much room in the end.
Yeah, I mean, worth noting, this Ymith, I don't believe, goes down.
No, even after the Faith,
It's going to take
still
like
survive.
83 or so. We see the Exert, though, lets the Apposor stay on the field a bit longer, although, with that said, it is going to take a lot of sweaty damage on the next turn.
No, and Hardy does tend to balance it out, but it's still a big bonk.
Yep.
Now, Hopper is considering Super Commit, or Tornado Ball. Interesting.
Yeah, expecting the Tort Anchor to tag out here, which it does. So now forcing the Mystic in. Drum's still
Very
up,
good.
so the Mystic, again, can't do anything with Hex here. We see Apostor
Interesting.
walk
Going
to
into
the
the
back
back.
here, so it takes a little less damage. A smart play, considering it's down to, 68 and might otherwise be going down to stuff if it was staying in the front. It looks like that Hopper would knock it out.
And it looks like they're trying to just provoke from happening again, so that they can patience and remove a lot of the damage that they're doing.
Yup. With that said, Hopper here gonna do a whole bunch of damage to this Mystic unless it tags out.
Sacrificing dugout.
Yup. And I mean, Cavalo's bench is looking really rough here. That Mystic is not wiped right now, so it's not going to be coming back up. The Platypulse is going to take 40 damage here. Get a little bit of health back from the Rhythm, but it's looking pretty dire here. Especially after the Ymith clicks Patience or Menace and takes very little damage this turn. We see
Now you're
traps
going for
set
the
up
patience.
finally.
Interesting.
Exert set up again.
Woo!
70 damage from Sweaty.
Again, Hardy is doing a lot of work, but will it be enough?
Dugout will be able to come back in, but that's in the front row against a field that has a nearly full health Hopper here. And we see the Mystic come in. Rhythm
Good
still
grief.
up on Dino's side of the field, so Hex not able to be clicked. And Cavalo is really on the ropes here.
Yeah, Cavalo is not out for the count, but but there's certainly. Oh my goodness.
It's going to be real
Yeah,
hard to
Mystic
bring
has
this one
gotten a
back.
little too low while they weren't looking.
I think
Mystic will survive one
I
more
think
turn, but
we're
they still
probably likely to see the Dugout tag in there, and yeah, that's the game.
won't. That is game, and if I'm not mistaken, set and match.
Dino, once again, a story we've told so many times here, takes home Heatwave 5. Good games to both players. Congratulations to Cavalo for making this far. Unfortunately, the boss beat you this time. With that said, plenty of other tournaments to come in the future. Beastieball is still a very young game. And hey, I mean, Platypulse won.
Platypulse won. Platypulse is and was the champion.
Yep. This has been a
Ooh-wee.
very fun tournament. We've seen a lot of fun matches here. A lot of like really interesting teams, but in terms of what showed up in the finals here, some fairly standard stuff with regards to what we've seen from the meta lately. Like Heatwave Grit has been super popular, especially with Mystic. In the recent bash, being able to pair so nicely with Albrax and just so many of those like high usage beasties, Dugout of course also included in that. And then on Dino's side, just a bunch of really good beasties, which is what Dino likes to run.
They was well known for finding very strong setups with very strong beasties that synergize incredibly well.
Indeed. So, thank you all so much for hanging out today. I believe we have a small announcement from the tournament organizers in a bit. But in the meantime, we'll head back over to the break screen one last time with our friend, the no longer sopping wet squimmage.
Yes. Once again, thank you to Buster Ball for portraying the beautiful sopping wet squimmage of our hearts today.
Indeed, indeed. Casting this has been so fun. Thank you, Robin, for joining me. Thank you to everyone in chat for hanging out and watching.
I wasn't sure I was able to be here for the whole day, but I'm very glad I could be. Those were some absolutely nutty games.
All right. So I do have a small teaser image. I just need to find it and get it on screen. So give me a moment. Where are we? Have a whole bunch of chat in the TO channel, so give me a sec to find it.
Sure thing.
We have this beautiful image compiled, I believe, by Scarm.
Image, if you will.
Well, we have a beautiful squimmage as well, but I have something else to put on screen, which I will be doing now.
Yes.
We will, of course, next month very likely have a heat up and also a ball and brawl, which this might just be a very small hint as to the nature of. Let me flip it sideways so it's facing the center of the screen. Hold on. Oh, do not know what I did there. I made Discord visible again. That explains it. Flip horizontally. There we go. We've got this lovely little trat in a gift box. As a little bit of a peek as to what's to come. Next month, of course, December, everyone's going to be super busy. Those of us who are in college are going to be quite busy with the end of semester, but fairly likely we will have a heat up and a ball and brawl. So if you want to join in on those, you can head into the Wishes Unlimited Discord, which I believe is discord.gg/wishesULTD. I will be putting that in chat in a moment. You will probably see it in chat before I actually say this on stream. People in chat speculating as to what it might be. I don't actually know. We will find out. Kim says, what could this possibly mean? We will find out soon. So, again, thank you so much for joining me, Robin, and to Nero for hopping in for a round of Swiss. Thank you so much to all of you who have been hanging out in chat this entire tournament, or if you were just here for the finals, thank you for that as well. I greatly appreciate having you here.
Wonderful time.
I guess if you've enjoyed the vibes, consider giving me a follow. I stream Beastieball a lot. Sometimes it's PvP, sometimes it's speedruns. Usually it's speedruns.
Yes.
I do a lot of content around this game.
Destroy everything.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of Draft League content that I do on YouTube as well, so I guess you could follow me over there. And yeah, thank you, as always, to our wonderful tournament organizers. This tournament's organizers were, of course, Kim, Scarm, and Balamar. They do so much work behind the scenes and in front of the scenes to make these events happen, and we appreciate them so much for everything they do.
So much work. Carrying us like Atlas.
Indeed. With that said, that's going to do it for us. I am going to send you over to a friend and fellow Wishes community member, who's not super active, but they, you may have known them from their Beastie a Day project, which went for about a month earlier this year. We're gonna go say hi to Sleepy Sheepy. They are playing some Dungeons and Dragons with the stream crew over there. And go hang out for the rest of the evening if you so like. They've got a nice...
put in my request for the raid message?
Yes, the raid message is going to be sopping wet squid. So, when we go and hop into that stream in a little bit, I will give it a little bit of time just so we can have all of this get to you since we are on stream delay. But overall, thank you so much for watching. And have a great rest of your time zone.
Thank you everyone for being here. Have a good one.
Peace.